Then what sense is there in comparing Stalin with Hitler? The historian just cited adds that the first had hoped to use Israel against the West and had continued to accuse the West of anti-Semitism 742. But it doesn't appear that the Nazi leader classified his enemies as anti-Semites. Conquest works off the assumption that the accusations of anti-Semitism made by Stalin about the West are totally ridiculous, but he doesn't even raise the question of the validity of Western accusations of anti-Semitism directed at Stalin. In the end, why should it be instrumentalized by only one side? And why the country that had been described by Hitler as the incarnation of the Judeo-Bolshevik plot and the definitive confirmation of the validity and seriousness of the conspiracy revealed by the publication of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion? In any case, numerous and prominent Israelis didn't believe in the myth of Stalin's war against the Jews. At the news of the Soviet leader's death, they mourn him and pay tribute to him as the sun that has set. However, Israel's victory in the Six-Day War and the worsening of the Palestinian tragedy further widens that gap that in Eastern Europe divides communist authorities from the Jewish community and the pro-Israeli and pro-Western circles that are organized with it. But must we speak of anti-Semitism? Trusting in the account by two historians of Jewish origin previously cited, we see what happens in Prague in 1967. The sympathy of Czech students for Israel has a very trivial motivation: the antipathy they nurture toward the thousands of Arab students enrolled there in university. Something similar happens in Warsaw. Suddenly people remembered that many Jews that lived in Palestine had come from Poland. A taxi driver exclaims, "Our brave Polish Jews are teaching a lesson to those fucking Russian Arabs." 743. In the clash that takes place with communist authorities, aligned with the Arab countries, who show signs of racism, are we faced with an anti-Jewish racism, or rather an anti-Arab racism? The question of cosmopolitanism. The Doctors' plot itself, widely used to confirm Stalin's anti-Semitism, eventually demonstrates the opposite. After everything, and until the very end, he trusted Jews with taking care of his health. Moreover, only some of the doctors accused are Jews, and the plot as a whole is classified by Soviet leaders and the press as more capitalist and imperialist than Zionists. 744. Was the suspicion caused just by paranoia? One detail to consider: the CIA became more friendly starting from the moment at which it gained use of Israeli intelligence sources in Eastern Europe and in the USSR. For example, Mossad agents were the first abroad to receive the complete text of Khrushchev's secret speech on Stalin's crime 745 and passed it on to the American intelligence services. It's necessary to remember that the age of suspicion, as it was correctly defined, encourages the witch hunts in both blocs, in obviously different ways. 746. Furthermore, it's not a secret to anyone that American intelligence services were committed to the physical elimination of Stalin, as well as Castro, Lumumba, and other mad dogs. 747. How to reach the undisputed leader of the international communist movement if not by making use of the individuals close to him and susceptible of being recruited by Western intelligence services in the wake of a recent conflict, like the one unleashed following the foundation of the Jewish state and the program of Jewish immigration pursued by it? At the time when the plot was revealed, at least one leading Western diplomat present in Moscow, the British diplomat Sir A. Gascoigne, had thought the Kremlin doctors were really guilty of political treason. 748. Furthermore, the suspicion toward doctors appears to be a recurring theme in Russian history. An Israeli historian of Russian origin attributed the death of Tsar Alexander III to the German doctors who had treated him. It must be added that a book recently published in the United States formulates a theory that it was medical treatment that caused the death of Zdanov. Must we then conclude that Stalin's concerns were baseless? Without presenting any proof and even recognizing that there's no document that supports their theory, the authors of the book are quick to clarify that it wasn't the enemies of the Soviet Union who manipulated the doctors, but the dictator in the Kremlin himself. Moreover, apart from a radiologist, none of the doctors who treated Zdanov were Jewish. 749. It's now clear, we are in the field of mythology, and a mythology with an unsettling subtext. It's permissible to be suspicious of doctors just for being Germans or Gentile Russians. Let's return, then, to the field of historical research, it must be kept in mind that Stalin himself could have been the one who suspended the investigation, aware perhaps of the mistake he had made 750. Lacking other arguments, they cite Stalin's condemnation of cosmopolitanism to cling to the theory of his anti-Semitism, who would be the cosmopolitans if not the Jews. In reality, the accusation of cosmopolitanism is inserted in the context of a sharp debate by both sides. Those that first decided to commit to the construction of socialism in the country born out of the October Revolution of 1917, renouncing the millenarian expectations of the arrival or the exporting of the revolution throughout the world, are accused of national pettiness and being nationally confined 751 as well as being provincial, while Stalin is the small provincial man with peasant rudeness. Molotov doesn't come out any better in Trotsky's opinion, as he hadn't visited any foreign country and didn't know any foreign language 752. Both of them have the same defect of remaining stubbornly attached, in a provincial and obscurantist way, to the reactionary role of the nation-state 753. Those who are attacked in this way respond by defining their accusers as abstract cosmopolitans, incapable of building a truly new social order. To read the condemnation of cosmopolitanism in anti-Semitic terms means neglecting a problem that is at the center of all the great revolutions driven by a universalist charge. Rejecting the theory of exporting the revolution cherished by the supporters of the Republic, one and universal, or more precisely the universal conflagration 754. Robespierre clarifies that the new France would not contribute to the cause of the revolution by behaving like the capital of the world, from which would be sent armed missionaries for the conversion and the conquest of the world 755. No, what puts the old regime in Europe in crisis won't be the exploits of war, but the wisdom of our laws 756. In other words, revolutionary authority will play a real internationalist role to the degree that it knows how to complete its national task of building a new order in France. It's a problem to which German idealism gave great consideration. In Kant's opinion, writing in 1793 to 1794 and outlining in some form a philosophical and historical evaluation of the French Revolution, while patriotism runs the risk of slipping into exclusivism and losing sight of universalism, abstract love for men loses its balance due to its excessively broad universalism. It's a question then of reconciling world patriotism with local patriotism or with love for the homeland. That which is authentically universalist in its attachment to its own country must be inclined to promoting the well-being of the entire world 757. It's a line of thought later developed by Hegel, after having celebrated as a great historic conquest the formulation of the concept of the universal man. The philosophy of right adds that it must not lead to cosmopolitanism and indifference or opposition with respect to the concrete state of life in the country in which one is a citizen. The universal love for man risks becoming an empty universality and devoid of content. The individual contributes to the universal first by concretely engaging the specific circle in which he lives. Otherwise, the acclaimed universal love for man is at best a declaration of noble intentions, at worst, it's a way of evading the field of concrete responsibilities. It's a problem that, with its even more emphatic universalism, the October Revolution inherits in a more acute form from the French Revolution. Well before Stalin, Herzen, while exiled in Paris, shows great distrust and criticism toward a cosmopolitanism that doesn't recognize the idea of the nation and national responsibility. It's a controversy that goes beyond the borders of the Soviet Union. In rejecting the accusations of nationalism made against the CPSU majority, and primarily against Stalin 758, Gramsci takes a clear position against a so-called internationalism that's, in reality, similar to a vague cosmopolitanism. The principal target here is Trotsky, criticized as cosmopolitan for being superficially national, and therefore incapable of cleansing internationalism of every vague and purely ideological element, and he's opposed to Stalin and Lenin especially, who embody a mature internationalism precisely by proving to be profoundly national at the same time. 759. In the USSR, the criticism of cosmopolitanism becomes sharper to the degree that the threat represented by fascism and Nazism worsens. We know the passionate appeal, 2 years before Hitler's rise to power, directed by Dimitrov to revolutionaries for them to reject national nihilism. Cosmopolitanism is an internationalism that leads to national nihilism. We also saw Stalin, on the eve of Operation Barbarossa, stress that, contrary to a cosmopolitanism incapable of assuming its national responsibilities, internationalism must know how to be combined with patriotism. That means that, far from being synonymous with anti-Semitism, the criticism of cosmopolitanism is an essential element in the struggle against Nazi fascism. That critique becomes urgent again with the start of the Cold War, when a new terrible threat loomed over the USSR. Stronger yet is the critique of cosmopolitanism when the country immersed in revolution is engaged in a struggle for national survival. In China, Sun Yat-sen writes, "The nations that make use of imperialism to conquer other peoples, and thereby try to strengthen their position as masters of the world, are in support of cosmopolitanism, and they try by all means to discredit patriotism as something petty and anti-liberal." 760. Mao aligns himself with that view. According to him, internationalism doesn't in any way make patriotism obsolete. The universal truths of Marxism must be integrated with the concrete conditions of different countries, with the unity between internationalism and patriotism. 761. In the USSR, did Jews make up the majority of cosmopolitans, and therefore anti-cosmopolitanism is only a camouflaged form of anti-Semitism? It's worthwhile to observe that, in elaborating his polemic against cosmopolitanism, Sun Yat-sen encourages the Chinese people to take the Jews as their example because, despite millennia of oppress and exile, they never lost their sense of identity, and therefore of the obligation of reciprocal solidarity. 762. But let's focus on the Soviet Union. The Jewish presence is numerous within the ranks of the CPSU majority. And among the first to throw the accusation of cosmopolitanism at the leader of the opposition is the German writer of Jewish origin who we have previously cited. Trotsky was never a Russian patriot, his only concern was the world revolution. 763. Moreover, to use the hermeneutics found in the accusations targeting Stalin, not even Trotsky could escape the accusation of anti-Semitism. In developing his analysis of pre-revolutionary Russia, he highlights how the market aristocracy had transformed the Tsar's government into its financial vassal which guaranteed usurious profits. 764. It must be added that the dominion of the market is represented by Rothschild and Mendelssohn, in fact, by the Mendelssohn International, that's to say by individuals committed to respecting the laws of Moses to the same extent as those of the markets. 765. As one can see, in this case the reference to the Jewish world is explicit. Must we then conclude that the polemic against the market aristocracy is in fact aimed at Jews as such, to the point that we find ourselves before the umpteenth manifestation of anti-Semitism? Such an argument would be absurd not only for Trotsky's Jewish origins. More significant is the fact that, in the same text, he dedicates pages to the powerful description of the bestial bacchanal of blood spilled by the anti-Semitic gangs, tolerated and encouraged by the authorities and by Nicholas Romanov, the Augustinian protector of the pogromists, which fortunately faced the courageous and determined opposition of the revolutionary and socialist movement. 766. But no less resolute in condemning that anti-Semitic cannibalism is Stalin. Stalin in the Jewish court, the Jews in Stalin's court. The USSR is the country that saved the greatest number of Jews. This observation is from a journalist and researcher of Trotskyist orientation who, as a witness of those years, thought it necessary to stand against the campaign underway today in the West. He continues as follows: no country had anything comparable to the Red Army, with Jews in the highest military positions. That's not all. One of Stalin's sons marries a Jew, and his daughter does the same. 767. It can be added that, within Stalin's leadership group, Jews were well represented and at the highest levels until the very end. To remain standing, however weak and staggered, the theory of Stalin's anti-Semitism requires the deidification of the Jews who work closely with him. That's precisely what happens. It's true that Yagoda, Kaganovich and many others in Russia and Central and Eastern Europe played an important role alongside a ferocious dictator, but it's a matter of apostate Jews, that's the consideration from a Jewish intellectual, using language that clearly recalls the history of religions. 768 Other times, the weight of religious tradition is noted in a more measured or involuntary way. There's a journalist who denounces, in the most circulated Italian newspaper, the renegade Jews. In Stalin's court 769. In reality, the rhetoric regarding apostates and renegades constituted an implicit negation of the accusation of antisemitism that, as a form of racism, is directed against an ethnic group regardless of the religious and political conduct of its individual members. To recognize the presence of Jews in leadership positions in Stalin's USSR, and the socialist camp led by him, means admitting that in those countries access to power and social and political stature were determined not by their immutable racial background, but by their mutable political conduct. But the deidification of Jews who are today considered politically embarrassing allows the transformation of antisemitism into a category capable of resisting any negation arising from empirical analysis, and therefore it's applicable not only to Stalin, but to the whole history of the Soviet Union. Soon after the October Revolution, the campaign against obscurantism denounced within different religions is carried out with the participation of important Jewish circles in leading positions. Here's the commentary by the previously cited journalist from Corriere della Sera. It was Yevektia, of the Jewish branch of the CPSU, who fomented the new antisemitism. 770. A professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem makes a similar argument. During the Bolshevik Revolution, many Jewish Bolsheviks were so dedicated to the cause of revolutionary Russian nationalism that they became anti-Semites. 771. Already classified as apostates and renegades, the Jews of communist orientation now become anti-Semitic tout court. At this time, apart from Stalin, the accusation of antisemitism reaches Lenin himself, the supreme leader of these anti-Semitic campaigns. Nevertheless, it's the same Israeli historian just cited who writes, most likely, Lenin was always very skeptical of the organizational capacity of Russians. In one conversation with Gorky, he observes that there hadn't been intelligent Russians who weren't Jews, or at least had Jews among their ancestors and a little Jewish blood in their veins. The opinion of the Soviet leader is also the opinion of his interlocutor. It would not have displeased Gorky if it had been Jews who had taken control over the Russian economy, and in 1916, he goes as far as writing that the genius of Jews for their organization, their flexibility, and their indomitable energy must be taken properly into account in a country so poorly organized like our Russia. 772. Therefore, going by this text, Lenin and Gorky could eventually be accused of anti-Russian racism and not antisemitism. The leading role played by Jews isn't limited to the overthrow of the old regime in Russia. The Jewish historian continues as follows: Lenin attributes to the omnipresent Jewish minority the role of being the guardians of communism. Therefore, it wasn't the Slavs, but the Jews that became the principal spearhead of the Russian advance in the international arena, and therefore against Europe and the rest of the world. Lenin showed great intuition in trusting the success of the revolution to them and other ethnic minorities. 773. As one can see, anti-Semitic Jews make an important contribution, maybe even a decisive contribution, to the expansion of communism. The Judeo-Bolshevik plot that the Nazis speak of is here understood as the unrest or plot orchestrated by Jews, yes, but by anti-Semitic Jews. It's a matter of upheaval or a plot with a long history. Again, according to the historian previously cited, Lenin would have used the Jews who had broken with their community of origin, just as Christianity had done earlier. 774. And again emerge the similarities to the historical reading dear to Nazism, that had denounced the role of Jews in the destructive cycle that stretches from Christianity to Bolshevism. What's new here is that the Jews who played that role, having adhered first to Christianity and later to Bolshevism, should ultimately be considered apostates, renegades, and anti-Semites. In trying to strike at the Soviet experience as a whole, together with Stalin, the accusation of antisemitism ends up reproducing, with some modest variations, the Nazi philosophy of history. From Trotsky to Stalin, from the Semite monster to the anti-Semitic monster. The theory of Stalin's anti-Semitism proves unsustainable in light of conceptual and historical reflection. Whatever the date may be for the emergence of that sickness, the diagnosis proves not only baseless, but also quite offensive to Jews, who in great numbers until the last moment continued to pay tribute to their supposed executioner. How is the origin of this black legend explained, then? Let's return to the years immediately following the October Revolution. On October 4 of 1919, the Volksgerbeuboter, at that time not yet the official organ of the National Socialist Party, blames the Bolshevik horror on a Jewish terrorist horde, and on circumcised Asians, and to that end stresses that Jewish blood also runs through Lenin's veins. Similar denunciations are also heard in Britain and in the West in general. 775 With this in mind, it's understandable that, more so than Lenin, Trotsky is the principal Mephisto-like subject of the anti-Bolshevik manifestos. 776. A leaflet of anti-communist propaganda handed out during the Soviet-Polish War of 1920 depicts him with anything but human-like features, with the Star of David around his neck, observing from on high a pile of bodies. 777 Trotsky or Bronstein, that is the Bolshevik Jew par excellence, in 1919 is, in Goebbels' opinion, the figure that possibly has on his conscience the greatest number of crimes that a man has ever been responsible for. 778. On the other hand, during the invasion of the Soviet Union, announced as crusade for the salvation of European and Western civilization from Bolshevik barbarism, Asiatic and Jewish, we saw Hitler depict Stalin as a puppet of international Judaism, as a Jew, if not by blood, then at least in spirit. During the years in which anti-Semitism was widespread or found ample support in the West, the monster par excellence couldn't take on anything but Jewish features. The situation is different after the collapse of the Third Reich and the infamous revelation of the final solution. Today, the monster that's able to provoke horror, or at least more so than any other, tends to be the anti-Semitic monster. However, despite its variations, its continued flaws are evident, and the depiction of the anti-Semitic Stalin is not much more convincing than that which painted Trotsky openly wearing the Star of David and happily contemplating his immense pile of victims. 6. Psychopathology, morality, and history in the reading of the Stalin era. Geopolitics, terror, and Stalin's paranoia. What approach would help us better understand the origin, characteristics, and meaning of Stalinism? According to Arendt, the obsession with the objective enemy had driven Stalinist totalitarianism to always search for new objectives for their repressive apparatus. After the descendants of the old ruling classes, it's the Kulaks' turn, then the traitors within the party, the Volga Germans, etc. 779 To comprehend the futility of this formula, all that's required is to reflect on the fact that it could easily be applied to the history of the United States. At the end of the 19th century, the United States participates in the celebration of the community of Germanic nations and races as the vanguard of civilization. In the decades following its intervention in the First World War, the Germans become the enemy par excellence. It's the period of the Grand Alliance with the Soviet Union. However, after the Third Reich's overthrow, the USSR becomes the enemy par excellence. Thus Americans of German are no longer the subject of persecution. Instead it's those Americans suspected of sympathizing with communism. Yet in the last stage of the Cold War, Washington makes use of both China's collaboration and the Islamic freedom fighters who sustain the anti-Soviet resistance in Afghanistan, but with the defeat of the evil empire, it's the former allies who represent the new incarnation of evil. The freedom fighters are sent off to Guantanamo. There's one detail that reveals the weakness of Arendt's formula, the formula that blames the obsession with the objective enemy for the deportations of the Volga Germans during the Second World War. In reality, similar measures had been taken in 1915 by Tsarist Russia, at that time allied to the liberal West. Also immediately after Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt acts in a similar way toward the objective enemy, represented this time by American citizens of Japanese origin. If you want to take into consideration the geographic and military situation, the concern of the Soviet dictator appears more justified than that of the American president. Every so often, Arendt appears to realize the problematic nature of the category that she uses. The first edition of The Origins of Totalitarianism denounces the obsession with the potential enemy, but for as long as the Second 30 Years' War lasts, the Soviet people see themselves threatened by a mortal threat. Being on the alert for a potential enemy could hardly be considered an expression of paranoia. The subsequent editions of the book then prefer to speak of the objective enemy, thus accentuating the psychological character of a behavior that continues to be attributed exclusively to totalitarian dictators. 780. But this linguistic alternation doesn't at all change the terms of the problem. Despite unhesitatingly opposing Nazi Germany and sympathizing with the land of the Third Republic and the Great Revolution, at the moment of the Second World War's outbreak Arendt suffered imprisonment in France in a concentration camp, and in the last analysis had suffered that fate of being a potential enemy or objective enemy. We'll soon see that this category is also at work in Churchill's Britain and in F.D. Roosevelt's United States. Unfortunately, Arendt operates on a purely ideological level, without even raising the problem of a comparative analysis of the policies pursued by the leadership groups of different countries in situations of severe crisis. It would be beneficial to fill this gap. After the conclusion of the Second World War, Churchill offers this summary of the situation at the time of the lead-up to the gigantic military clash. It was known at that time that there were 20,000 organized Nazis in Britain, an acute danger of sabotage and crime. As a prelude to the outbreak of war, it would align with the procedure already applied in other friendly countries. 781. That's how the statesman justified the policy pursued by him during the conflict, when all those suspected of sympathizing with the enemy or their political system could be arrested. To sympathize was the all-inclusive term that allowed the government to arrest without trial, and for an undetermined amount of time, members not just of fascist organizations but also any group considered by the Interior Minister to be sympathetic to the Germans, including those that supported negotiations with Hitler. 782. Those persecuted are not responsible for deliberate and concrete actions, but are rather potential or objective enemies. Protected by the Atlantic and the Pacific, as well as by a powerful navy, the U.S. ought not to feel particularly threatened. But F.D. Roosevelt warns, the enemy is not discouraged by the ocean. It's necessary to take note of the lesson from Norway, whose principal ports were captured thanks to a surprise treason prepared over a number of years. A similar threat looms over the American continent. The first phase of the invasion of this hemisphere won't be the landing of regular troops. The strategic and essential ports will be occupied by secret agents, by useful idiots at their service, and there are many of those here and in Latin America. So long as the aggressive nations maintain the offensive, it will be them and not us who choose the time, place, and method of their attack. 783. And that's not all, it's also necessary to confront the aggression carried out by means of the secret diffusion of toxic propaganda by those who seek to destroy unity and promote division. It's at this point that traitors or objective enemies tend to be those that already express opinions considered to be in opposition to the national interest, and resistance becomes a task that should be realized not only by the army but by the entire country. Both must demonstrate an unbreakable unity. Those who are on our lines of defense and those in the rear who build these lines must have the energy and courage that arises out of an unbreakable faith in the way of life that they defend. The powerful action that we are calling for can't be based on disrespect with regard to those things that we are fighting for. 784. To eliminate an omnipresent threat, that also makes its presence felt at the political level, requires a total mobilization that ends up affecting the political sphere as well. Starting on that basis they develop a well-orchestrated media campaign. 785. When will Hitler invade the U.S., a manifesto asks, with the image of Nazi paratroopers landing over undefended American cities, which are also vulnerable. A second manifesto insists to a landing by sea. Even more serious is the dangerous fact that Hitler's army is already here. At least that is what a third manifesto thinks. It warns against the fifth column in the United States. 786. Films and books that call attention to the seriousness of this threat achieve great success, while the committee that tracks anti-American activities calculates exactly 480,000 supporters of organizations ready to assist the invaders, 787. And just like in Britain, in the United States the category of enemy agent or accomplice is also expanded to include even all those who seek to prevent the country's involvement or entry into the war. 788 They are accused of being the Nazis' transmission belt. The Third Reich's Trojan horse, or to cite the very words of F.D. Roosevelt, the fifth column of appeasement. This last phrase is especially significant. What becomes synonymous with treason is a political outlook, and just for that those that embrace it became targets of denunciation, trials, and intimidation. They are considered, in the last analysis, to be potential or objective enemies. A climate of fear and suspicion spreads across the country, quickly exploited by the authorities to increase the powers of the FBI. 789. The President reveals to the press that pro-German elements have infiltrated the Army and Navy and have organized or tried to organize sabotage operations at 40 or 50 factories across the country. Even a balanced intellectual like William L. Shirer encourages everyone to prepare, with war around the corner, to confront the sabotage carried out by thousands of Nazi agents from coast to coast. Everywhere they suspect or are on the lookout for the enemy's actions. The fifth column carried out a fundamental role at times, weakening Belgium and France from within, and now so the argument goes the Nazi termites are operating inside the American Republic as well, which runs the risk of suffering the same fate. 790 Apparently there are some attempts on the part of the Third Reich's agents to encourage or take advantage of worker discontent in the factories and to obstruct the production of munitions for the Allies, according to the German consulate. These acts of sabotage are in fact industrial accidents attributed by Roosevelt to the Nazis. 791. It's not surprising, then, that children of a tender age are sometimes frightened by the alarmist propaganda, unrelenting in announcing and depicting in the most awful terms possible the imminent invasion by the Nazi hordes. 792. Once the United States officially entered the war, the atmosphere becomes even more tense. The wartime pronouncements against spies and loose talk don't let up in their warnings, displaying the faces of youths who are soon to be orphans because of irresponsible chatter. Against the acts of sabotage another pronouncement proclaims a new crime, that of the poor use of work instruments, and it shows the image of Mr. Tool Wrecker, charged and put in jail by a police officer. 793 Obviously, this genuinely dangerous situation is combined with a deliberate distortion of reality. So concludes the American historian. Will now turn to, FDR well understood the value of national anxiety. FDR and his supporters went beyond the line that separates public concern from mass hysteria. 794. Before us are the fundamental elements of the terror that takes hold in Russia. Without a doubt, the phenomenon analyzed with regards to Britain and the United States appears in a monstrously enlarged form in Russia, but do ideology, paranoia, and the objective situation play a decisive role? Besides the mutable yet incessant civil war, we have geopolitics to take into account. In April of 1947, with the Cold War already brewing on the horizon, in a conversation with the Republican candidate Harold Stassen, Stalin will highlight, with a kind of envy, the extraordinarily favorable geopolitical situation of the United States, protected by two oceans and with only Canada and Mexico to its north and south, two weak countries that certainly don't represent a threat. 795. Things are very different in Soviet Russia. One can ridicule Stalin's paranoia, but we have seen Goebbels speak of the great success of German espionage in France and its total failure in the USSR. Moreover, the first to insist on the penetration of a German fifth column in Russia are the very enemies of Bolshevism. In Kerensky's eyes, as demonstrated by the Brest-Litovsk capitulation and the signing of traitorous separate peace, the protagonists of October 1917 act in service to Wilhelm II, for which they are massively financed and aided. According to the Menshevik leader, the German secret services had already carried an important role in the pacifist agitation that had depleted the military strength of the country. 796 Churchill makes a similar argument, stressing the weight of German gold in the Disorder in Russia. 797. In our time, going yet further back, an Israeli historian discovered the fingerprints of Imperial Germany determined to weaken in any way possible the strength of its neighbor and rival in Alexander II's premature death in 1894, who died because the medical team had applied the wrong treatment to him, as well as the 1911 assassination of Peter Stolypin, that happened with the involvement of some pro-German higher officials, and in the peculiar behavior of Nicholas II. 798 in any case. With regards to the collapse of the Tsarist regime, it's important not to lose sight of the effective German fifth column present in the Russian court and in the highest positions of the army, therefore at the very center of power. Indeed, in May of 1915, Moscow was the site of various pogroms against Germans. However, the German minority that occupied the highest levels of power were still intact. In conclusion, the historians who have given exclusive attention to revolutionary voluntarism or liberal maneuvers have ignored other evidence, from which one can deduce that the revolutionary movement could have been in part provoked by pro-German sectors or by a direct intervention by German espionage in conformity with a plan designed by Proctor Francois 799. Is the overview offered here plausible, or is it also affected by the paranoia generally attributed to Stalin? In any case, one can start with an assumption: while it may have been weakened for some time, the defeat of the Second Reich doesn't eliminate the activity of its intelligence services within Russia, where, on the other hand, the dissolution of the old regime coincides with the reinforced presence at all levels of the great Western powers. Overall, it's enough to read any history of the Cold War to understand that the birthplace of the October Revolution was especially exposed to the danger not just of military invasion, but also infiltration and espionage. In the 1920s, thanks to the collaboration of Russian exiles, Britain was able to decode the Soviet Union's encrypted messages, which remains the principal target of their intelligence services even in the middle of the 1930s. Meanwhile, the Third Reich has emerged, which, in preparing its aggression, can count on the proven ability of Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, a master of intelligence, subversion, and deception. Later, immediately after the defeat of Hitler's Germany, Alan Dulles demonstrates vision in putting at the service of the recently created CIA the very man who had played a great role in the German attack on Russia in 1941-800. During the Cold War, aside from espionage, the activity of Western intelligence services also included sabotage operations and even support to insurrectionary movements. 801. More than 20 years after Stalin's death, this outlook hadn't changed. We can deduce this from an article in a prestigious American newspaper. The author is satisfied to report how a computer sabotage operation by the CIA resulted in an enormous explosion in Siberia, all of it organized with precision by an economist named Gus Weiss, and it helped the United States win the Cold War. 802. If we then keep in mind that the use of sabotage also has a particular Russian tradition behind it, we can arrive at a conclusion: to understand what happened in the Stalin years, rather than resort to a single paranoid personality as a deus ex machina, it would be better to follow the approach raised by an illustrious eyewitness who, in Moscow of 1937, speaks of unquestionable acts of sabotage, and at the same time of a psychosis of sabotage that arises out of that reality. 803. The paranoia of the liberal West. However, while Arendt goes no further than the madness inherent to totalitarianism, François Furet goes further: the revolutionary needs to have hateful motives. This is true for the Jacobins, but also for the Bolsheviks, and for Stalin in particular, for the latter needs to invoke, in service to his miraculous objectives, the struggle against the saboteurs, the enemies, the imperialists, and their agents. 804. The French historian speaks generally of the revolutionary, but in reality he has in mind only Russia and France, and thus forgets to add that, aside from the Bolsheviks and the Jacobins, the protagonists of the Puritan Revolution are also subjected to a similar psychoanalytic approach, as well as the abolitionist revolution that does away with the institution of slavery, first in England and later in the United States. And Furet doesn't even take into account the fact that, according to an eminent American historian, the style of paranoia profoundly marked the history of his country. The belief, shared by George Washington, in London's intention to enslave the colonies on the other side of the Atlantic is a central element in the American Revolution. Later, at the end of the 18th century, when sharp contradictions arise within the new leadership group, while Jefferson ends up being suspected of being an agent of France, Hamilton is described as a British agent. A similar dialectic is evident some decades later, on the occasion of the crisis that leads to the American Civil War, when both opposing sides exchange the accusation that the other has betrayed the legacy of the Founding Fathers. 805 Not to mention the fact that, in Nietzsche's opinion, a disturbed relationship with reality characterizes the entire revolutionary tradition, beginning with those Christian agitators who are the fathers of the Church, and earlier, the Jewish prophets. Is Stalin's personality characterized by particularly accentuated traces of illness? If we start from that assumption, the admiration that leading political figures of the West had for him would be inexplicable. In any case, one fact that gives us cause for consideration: Freud, who passed away in 1939, considered it relevant to conduct a psychoanalytic study, but not of Stalin, nor even Hitler, but of Wilson, putting him on the list of those dangerous fanatics who are convinced they have a special and personal relationship with the divine, and who thereby considered themselves charged with a providential mission of guiding and transforming the world. 806 And it certainly appears a little unusual that a statesman, in taking his country into the First World War, even after witnessing the reality of the carnage, and despite being motivated by very concrete material and geopolitical interests, celebrates the American intervention as a holy war, more holy than all other wars, and celebrates the American soldiers as crusaders, protagonists of a transcendent mission. 807. But Ferret concentrates on a psychopathological reading of the events that began in October 1917, and he especially concentrates on the 30 years governed by Stalin. Does he not fear, as someone who is authentically paranoid, dangers, traps, and plots everywhere? What would we have to say then of F.D. Roosevelt and his subordinates who, even being able to count on a clearly more favorable political and geopolitical situation, raise the alarm about the possibility of a German invasion of America in the months before the American entry into the Second World War, and who label anti-interventionism as synonymous with national treason, warning against industrial sabotage provoked by the enemy and by a fifth column that possibly includes 500,000 people? For this reason Hitler accuses the American president of having a wild and sick imagination, the imagination of a man who's truly mentally ill. 808. As you can see, the accusation of paranoia or madness is not new. It can be thrown by the most unsuspecting people and can strike the most diverse targets. But another consideration is more important: the Bolsheviks played a strong role in the two conspiracy theories that have possibly had the greatest mark on the history of the first half of the 20th century, yet not as the protagonists but as the targets, and those theories were elaborated and propagated with a decisive contribution by the United States. In September of 1918, Wilson authorizes the publication of documents that contain sensational revelations. Not only was the October Revolution nothing more than a German conspiracy, but, even after the seizure of power, Lenin, Trotsky, and the other Bolshevik leaders continued to be at the service of Imperial Germany. There's more: the apparently dramatic internal split that happens around Brest-Litovsk had been a complete masquerade with the aim of hiding the German military's permanent control over Soviet Russia. All of this was demonstrated by the so-called Sisson Papers, taking the name of the Committee on Public Information's representative in Russia, a committee created by Wilson as part of the plans for total mobilization, including the mobilization of information. The presumed authenticity of the documents is notably supported by leading American historians who later justify themselves, making reference to the pressure put upon them in the name of necessity in times of war. 809. It's something that is also repeated outside the United States. In The Cry of the People, Gramsci quips, those two citizens in Russia who are named Lenin and Trotsky are imposters, fabricated in German scientific laboratories and who, made as they are by machine, can't be killed by the gunshots of terrorists. 810. Later, A second conspiracy theory arises to explain the October Revolution, but this time, aside from the usual Bolshevik suspects, it's not the Germans who are blamed, but rather the Jews. After having great resonance in the United States, the denunciation of Judeo-Bolshevik intrigues, which spread sedition throughout the world and threaten order and civilization itself, will then play a principal role in the final solution. Immorality or moral indignation. If the psychopathological focus is misleading, the reading of Russia's great historical crisis in the 20th century that accuses the Bolsheviks, and Stalin in particular, of having developed a vision of the world that's totally blind to moral and human reason is not much more convincing. Rather, if we begin with the years or decades that precede October 1917, we see that the roles of accused and accusers can easily be inverted. It's the protagonists of the revolutionary movement who see the world they intend to overthrow as responsible for the crimes which today are attributed to them. Communism leads to genocide. In the years of the First World War, the liberal and bourgeois society that they tried to overthrow was synonymous with genocide. While Stalin speaks of the bloody massacre and the massive extermination of the living force of the people's 811, Bukharin describes it as a horrible corpse factory 812. Terrible yet precise is the description that Rosa Luxemburg makes. The mass extermination and the genocide that takes place is something daily and boringly monotonous. Meanwhile, in the rear, an atmosphere of ritual murder takes hold. Karl Liebknecht will also call for a struggle against genocide. In fact, he speaks against the triumph of genocide, condemning as well the glorification of brutal violence, the shipwreck of all that is noble in the world, and the spread of moral barbarization. While it leads him to welcome the October Revolution, his moral indignation over the horrors of the First World War leads Liebknecht to predict not only a solid state but also a tough state for Soviet Russia, at least a state able to prevent the tragic return of a system denounced even before the war for its lack of moral scruples 813. Finally, it's worth citing Trotsky. The Cainite labor of the patriotic press on both sides is the irrefutable demonstration of the moral decadence of bourgeois society. Yes, one cannot help but speak of moral decadence when they see humanity fall back into a blind and ruthless barbarity. One witnesses the outbreak of a mad and bloody competition to utilize the most advanced technology for military means. It's a scientific barbarity, which uses the great discoveries of humanity only to destroy the basis for civilized social life and to annihilate mankind. All the good produced by civilization drowns in the blood and entrails of the trenches: health, comfort, hygiene, everyday relations, the bonds of friendship, professional duties, and lastly, the apparently unshakable rules of morality 814. The term genocide is also used with a small variation by Trotsky, who in 1934 warns of the possibility of a new world war. A new recurs to genocide that gathers on the horizon. 815 As late as August 31, 1939, Molotov accuses France and Britain of having rejected the Soviet policy of collective security in the hope of pushing the Third Reich against the USSR, thus without a doubt provoking a new large massacre, a new Holocaust of the nations 816. It's clearly moral indignation that inspires this denunciation of the horrors of war. A leading American statesman like Theodore Roosevelt has a completely different position on it. Between the end of the 19th century and the start of the 20th century, he celebrates war in vitalizing terms, coming from a perspective that in some form seeks to move, you could say using Nietzsche, beyond good and evil. We read, "All men that have within them the ability to enjoy battle know how it feels when the beast begins to enter their heart." He does not step back in horror at the sight of blood or thinks that the battle should stop, but enjoys the pain, the regret, the danger as if it adorns their triumph 817. They are themes that, in their more attenuated forms, continue to resonate in Churchill, who, in reference to the colonial expeditions, affirms that, war is a game during which one should smile. The escalating carnage in Europe that starts in August of 1914 doesn't diminish this outlook. War is the greatest game in all of history, here we play with the greatest stakes, war constitutes the only meaning and purpose in our lives 818. Moving on from the celebration of war in crudely vitalistic terms, to its translation into spiritualist terms, the First World War will be welcomed by Max Weber as great and marvelous, while Benedetto Croce hopes to get a regeneration of current social life out of it. 819 along with numerous other leading figures of the liberal West at the time. Among them we must also cite Herbert Hoover, a notable representative of the American administration and future President of the U.S., who immediately after the signing of the armistice attributes to the just concluded conflict the purpose of the purification of men and therefore the preparation of a new golden age. We are proud to have taken part in this rebirth of humanity. 820. Yet Lenin continues to stick to his moral political condemnation of war. Together with it he denounces the social political system that, in his opinion, caused it. It is evident the moral pathos that inspires the Leninist analysis of capitalism and colonialism in particular. This is how the Italian war in Libya is described, that typical colonial war by a 20th century civilized state. We see a civilized and constitutional nation perform its civilizational work by means of bayonets, bullets, the noose, fire, rape, even by means of butchery. In fact, it's a massacre by civilized and refined men, a massacre of Arabs through the use of the most modern of weapons. As punishment, nearly 3,000 Arabs have been massacred, entire families have been robbed and massacred, children and women massacred. 821. The advent of the most advanced bourgeois republic doesn't in any way put an end to this horror. With no less cruelty the armies of Republican France exterminate the African peoples. 822. The denunciation of the genocidal practices of the West occupies a central role, especially in the overview given by Lenin in the Notebooks on Imperialism, which collects material extracted from liberal bourgeois literature at the time. A year before the outbreak of the enormous conflict, in a book by a German author, one can read, "The struggle for existence becomes harder, the hostilities among Europeans escalate and lead to attempts at mutual annihilation." On the other hand, the policy of annihilation is already a reality in the colonies. In Africa the Herreros are in large part annihilated by Germany, which in repressing the Hottentot uprising can also count on the active collaboration of Britain. But let's see how the leading country of the liberal West conducts itself in its colonies. The British have exterminated the inhabitants of Tasmania to the very last man. But the Irish are not Tasmanians. It's not simply possible to kill them all. Despite being subjected to merciless rule and repression, in South Africa blacks multiply to a concerning degree. Some colonists openly desire an insurrection to halt the dangerous growth of the Kaffir population and to erase their rights, including to their land. 823. Cold and expressionless, these descriptions become charged with moral indignation in passing from bourgeois historians to Lenin, who notes, "These are the results of the colonial wars. Thanks to the expropriation and annihilation of the Herreros, the new arrivals can steal the land and become landowners." 824. No less charged with moral indignation is the reading that Stalin makes of colonialism. But Theodore Roosevelt appears to preemptively respond to this denunciation of the enslavement and genocidal practices that take place in the colonies. Quite fortunately, the tough and energetic politicians who were the pioneers of the difficult job of civilizing barbarian territories didn't allow themselves to become overtaken by false sentimentalism. Those sentimental philanthropists who are moved by the fate of the colonized peoples should be considered worse than professional criminals. 825. The same can be said of General Bujout, considered by Tocqueville as a model of energy and unequaled vigor at the time of leading the only type of war that can be waged in Africa. 826. In our days, is communism synonymous with the total state and with totalitarianism? In the years of the First World War, it was the capitalist countries, including those of liberal orientation, who incarnated all that. Lenin highlights the fact that what impedes fraternization on the front lines is a penal colony discipline, and that even the rearguard posts have become military prisons. 827. Civil society is subjected to the same iron fist discipline. In referring to that, the Russian revolutionary highlights the relevance of the analysis made some decades earlier by Engels, according to whom the growing militarization and the competition for greater conquest drives political power to the point that it threatens to consume the entire society, even the state. 828. Bukharin, for his part, in denouncing the centralization of the garrison state and the iron heel of the militarist state, spots on the horizon a new Leviathan, to which the fantasy of Thomas Hobbes seems like child's play. 829. It's a theme that is also found in Stalin, for whom war ends up mutilating or destroying democracy even where it appears to be more rooted. Contrary to Russia, in Britain national oppression doesn't generally assume the monstrous forms of massacres and pogroms. It was less grave, less inhuman, but with the outbreak of hostility the situation deteriorates drastically, as both Irish and Indians had to experience firsthand. 830 Even the Western democracies tend not to differentiate themselves from a country characterized by a fierce and inhumane autocracy. One can counterpose this language to the frequent use in the writing of Roosevelt of words like virile, imperial, able-bodied. 831 A prose that again transmits an attitude beyond good and evil and a cult to a willpower lacking any moral limits. As you can see, the commonplace reading that likes to oppose the moral sense of the liberal bourgeois world to the communist movement's Machiavellian lack of scruples doesn't stand up to historical analysis. Immediately after the October Revolution, approvingly welcomed by him, the young Lukács sees in the historic movement for socialism a radical settling of accounts with realpolitik. 832 For Benedetto Croce, however, the Bolsheviks and the Russian revolutionaries are the object of hatred and ridicule, who represent moralistic politics. They have opened a great courthouse of justice, calling everyone to be examined in the name of morality, about their war objectives, to scrutinize them, accepting the honest and excluding the dishonest. Thus, proceeding in a moralistic way, they have made public all previous diplomatic treaties, considered immoral for having planned the war with the aim of obtaining territorial conquests. But the liberal philosopher objects, it's absurd to want to make moral judgments on states and to treat politics like morality, in the place where politics is politics, and precisely politics, and nothing more than politics, and their morality consists solely and entirely in being politically excellent. Therefore, it doesn't make sense to argue for awarding rights to those who don't know how to win them or don't know how to defend them, placing limits and responsibilities on those who rightly, out of their own conviction and by shedding their own blood, don't recognize any other limit or obligation outside those suggested or put in place by their own mind and strength. 833. One can say that Stalin has the ideal response to Croce on March 10, 1939, at a time when the partition and tragedy of Czechoslovakia takes place, thanks to Munich and the complicity of the West, who refuse to condemn it and seek to contain the expansionist willpower and vitality of the Third Reich, doing everything possible to direct it to the East. It's naive to lecture people who don't recognize human morality. Politics is politics, as the old and experienced bourgeois diplomats say. 834. Let us concentrate on the First World War. It's worthwhile to reread what Vilfredo Pareto wrote in 1920, before the conflagration. The proletarians and especially the socialists said they were ready to prevent it with a general strike or by still more radical means. After such beautiful speeches the World War began. The general strike doesn't happen, while in opposition in various parliaments, the socialists approved the funding for the war, or didn't make too much opposition to it, so that the principle of the teacher, workers of the world, unite, implicitly transformed into another, workers of the world, kill yourselves. 835. Stalin appears to have preemptively responded to Pareto, who, at least at this time, is a typical representative of the liberal bourgeois world, and who doesn't hide his cynicism and satisfaction over the bloody defeat of socialist internationalism, but the words of Stalin reverberate with moral indignation and, at the same time, with hope. 3 years have passed since the workers of the world, a day before still brothers, now dressed in uniforms, lined up to face each other as enemies, and who today injure and kill each other, to the enjoyment of the enemies of the proletariat. The Russian Revolution is the first to open a breach in the wall that divides the workers against each other. At a time of general patriotic intoxication, the Russian workers are the first to raise the forgotten slogan, "Workers of the World, Unite." 836. In the new situation created in Russia, it's possible to resume the struggle to put an end to the massacre and to promote mass confraternization on the fronts and new bonds of fraternity among the peoples. 837. To achieve this result, however, it's necessary to go beyond the February Revolution. The life in the trenches, the true lives of the soldiers, created a new instrument of struggle, mass confraternization, which the provisional government nevertheless opposes, calling for an offensive and for new bloodbaths. 838, and it threatens to send to military courts those guilty of confraternization. 839. It's true, in its clandestine period, the Bolshevik Party and Stalin eventually carried out their struggle against the autocracy using violent methods, and historians committed to depicting Stalin as a gangster since his youth make use of that past. What is there to say of this approach? Let's make a comparison with Churchill, 5 years older than Stalin. The future British statesman begins his career by fighting and sympathetically describing the wars of the British Empire, including the least glorious ones. While in Sudan they don't take prisoners, in South Africa the conquerors create concentration camps, destined to become a tragic model. From these experiences, Churchill begins to distinguish himself as a political leader, passionately fighting for the defense of the British race and the white race in general. To achieve this outcome, it's not enough to strengthen control over the colonial peoples, it's necessary to intervene in the metropole as well. They must proceed toward the forced sterilization of the feeble-minded, misfits, those presumed to be habitual delinquents. At the same time, idle vagabonds should be locked away in work camps. Only this way could a national and racial threat impossible to exaggerate be adequately confronted. The author who cites these fragments comments, as the Home Secretary in 1911, Churchill was the author of draconian measures that had conferred upon him an almost unlimited personal power over the lives of individuals. 840. Are Churchill's origins truly more inspiring than Stalin's? Years later, while the latter from a prison in which he was placed by the Tsarist regime allied to Britain dreams of the confraternization of soldiers and nations, the former is dedicated to carrying out until the very end a war that his view is destined to strengthen the hegemony of the British Empire and the British race. In conclusion, for a historian who ends their work in October of 1917, it would be very difficult to point to the Bolshevik Party and to Stalin as the side in the struggle that ignores moral reasoning. Reductio ad Hilterum and its variants. Even more inconclusive proved to be the psychopathological and moral approaches for the fact that the tragedy that took place in Russia in the 20th century was predicted decades or even centuries in advance by a number of different personalities, therefore it's very hard to explain it by the psychology or by the moral deprivation of single individuals. Moreover, like the first approach, the second as well could be used to denounce the leader of the liberal West. One can start with the close support given by Great Britain to the attempted coup d'état by Kornilov, and the support later given to the Whites, at a time when they unleashed a vicious and bloody manhunt, that in some ways foreshadowed the final solution. To impose upon Russia its permanent participation in what the Communists denounced as the genocide of World War I, the liberal West closed its eyes to other monstrous crimes. After military victory comes the moment to divide up the colonial booty. To Britain belongs, among others, Iraq, that nevertheless rebels in 1920. Here's how one of the leading countries of the liberal West faces that situation. British troops initiated cruel reprisals, they set fire to villages and committed other acts which today we judge to be excessively repressive, if not outright barbaric. It's certainly not Churchill who puts a halt to it. He in fact encourages the Air Force to offer a severe lesson to the recalcitrant natives, using an experimental method by resorting to toxic gas projectiles, especially mustard gas. 841. In this case, we are forced to think not of the final solution, but of the colonial war unleashed by fascist Italy against Ethiopia, and carried out in a particularly barbaric way, resorting to weapons prohibited by international conventions. In this, Churchill appears as the precursor to Mussolini. Moreover, when it's a matter of preserving or expanding the empire, the crude methods of the British statesman are unchanging. In 1942, the pro-independence demonstrations in India are repressed by resorting to extreme measures, like the use of the air force to straf the multitudes of protesters. 842. In the following 2 years, Churchill is stubborn in denying and in neglecting the reality of the famine that decimated the population of Indian Bengal. Finally, to stick with the subject of the colonies and the peoples of colonial origin, to what degree does the final solution of our indigenous question in Canada, that until 1931 is part of the British Commonwealth, cast another shadow on an authoritative member of the British political class like Churchill? He, as Prime Minister from 1951 to 1955, must be considered responsible for the genocidal practices that the government in London resorts to in the effort to smash the Mau Mau rebellion. But let's return to the interwar period in Europe. After Hitler's rise to power, the London government seeks by all means to redirect the Third Reich's expansionist drive to the east, and primarily against the Soviet Union. Regarding this, 2 Canadian historians arrive at a conclusion that gives cause for consideration: the responsibility for the tragedy of World War II, the Holocaust included, must fall in part on Stanley Baldwin, Neville Chamberlain, Lord Halifax, and their closest allies. 843. However, Great Britain was unable to avoid the clash with Nazi Germany, and it faces it primarily by making use of indiscriminate terror bombings of German cities, with the consequent massacre of the civilian population, that led 2 American historians to make a comparison to the treatment inflicted by Nazism on the Jewish people. It's the Soviet leadership that seeks to restrain it, as follows in a diary entry by Dimitrov from March 17, 1945. This evening with Stalin alongside Molotov, we discussed the questions regarding Germany. The British want to divide Germany. They try using all means to destroy their competitor. They furiously bombard German factories. We don't let their aircraft pass over our area in Germany. But they try by all means to bombard there as well. It's necessary for Germans to emerge who can act to save what can still be saved for the sake of the German people. To organize local government, restore economic life, etc., in the occupied territories and areas soon to be occupied by the Red Army. To create bodies for local administration from which can also emerge a German government. 844. All the more odious appears the hellfire unleashed by the British Air Force for the fact that 2 weeks after the start of the war, British Prime Minister Chamberlain had declared, regardless of how far others may go, the government of His Majesty will never resort to deliberate attacks against women and children for merely terroristic aims. 845. In truth, the plans for indiscriminate and terroristic bombardments had begun taking shape during the First World War. While it dragged on without end, Churchill had planned for 1919 an attack by 1,000 bombers on Berlin. Those planned continued to be developed after their victory. 846. In other words, one could say, imitating the careless form of argument used by the ideologues in fashion today, that the leading country of the liberal West at that time planned a new genocide as was coming to end the one that had been initiated in 1914. In any case, it's precisely Britain who becomes the protagonist of the systematic destruction of German cities toward the very end of World War II, an organized destruction carried out with the declared objective of leaving no escape for the civilian population, pursued and consumed by the flames, obstructed in their attempt to flee the bombing by delayed explosions and often strafed from above. Those practices appear all the more sinister if we consider the statement made by Churchill in April of 1941, "There's less than 70 million evil Huns. Some of them can be cured, others must die." If one doesn't have in mind a pure and simple genocide, like Nolte thought, it's clear that a massive thinning of the German population was being considered. 847. We can put the strategic bombing campaign in that context. Between 1940 to 1945, Churchill annihilated the inhabitants of Cologne, Berlin, and Dresden as if they were the Huns. 848. The British Prime Minister proved to be no less cruel when it came to carving out London's sphere of influence and systematically liquidating the partisan forces considered hostile or questionable. The orders given to the British Expeditionary Force in Greece are significant: don't hesitate in acting as if you found yourselves in a conquered city in which a local revolt has broken out. In addition, certain things can't be done halfway. 849. Let's move on to the Cold War. Some time ago, The Guardian revealed that between 1946 and 1948, Great Britain prepared camps in Germany in which were to be confined communists or elements suspected of communist sympathies, and real or presumed Soviet spies. The photos showed the disheveled and tormented faces of the bone-thin youths, for months subjected to a lack of food and sleep, repeatedly beaten and exposed to very low temperatures. An inhumane treatment that sought the death of some of the prisoners. Imprisoned there as well were dozens of women who weren't spared from torture. In carrying out torture, they used instruments that had been inherited from the Gestapo. In fact, the camps were worthy of the Nazi lagers 850. As one can see, the comparison between the practices used in the 20th century by Great Britain and the practices dear to the Third Reich continually arises. When we concern ourselves with the United States, we reach results that are no different. In that case, the hypocrisy we saw characterize Chamberlain reaches its apex. Soon after the start of World War II, it's Franklin D. Roosevelt who condemns the aerial bombardments targeting civilian populations for being against the sentiments of every civilized man and woman and human consciousness, and as the expression of inhuman barbarity. 851. Soon to demonstrate even more extreme inhuman barbarity, the United States war machine proceeds with the systematic and terroristic destruction of Japanese cities and actively participates in a similar operation carried out against German cities. Nor should it be underestimated the bombardment against Italy, which also aims to strike the civilian population and undermine their morale. It's F.D. Roosevelt himself who provides evidence of that. We will make it so the Italians experience an authentic bombardment, and I'm more than convinced that they won't remain standing under this sort of pressure. 852. The terror bombing campaign culminates, under the Truman administration, in the use of nuclear weapons against a country already on its knees. To add a further gruesome detail, it's been noted that the annihilation of the civilian population of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was aimed, not at a Japan on the brink of surrender, but at the Soviet Union, delivered as a serious warning. 853. We have before us, then, two acts of terrorism on a grand scale, and moreover, they serve multiple purposes. Tens upon tens of thousands of unarmed civilians of the old enemy are massacred with the aim of terrorizing an ally, now picked out as the new enemy and the new target of the genocidal practices that had just been tested. The war in Asia, however, lends itself to further considerations. It's now widely accepted in the United States the theory according to which the attack on Pearl Harbor was easily foreseen. Once the attack took place, however, the war is carried out by Washington and inspired by a sense of moral indignation that in light of what we now know is certainly hypocritical, yet much more lethal. It's not just the destruction of cities. Consider the mutilation of bodies and even the mutilation of enemies moments away from their deaths in order to extract some kind of souvenir, a souvenir then calmly and proudly flaunted. Especially significant is the ideology that presides over these practices. The Japanese are classified as subhumans, resorting to a term central to Nazi discourse. 854. And we are again directed to that discourse when we witness F.D. Roosevelt flirt with the idea of forcing castration upon the Germans. After the end of the war, they are confined to concentration camps where, out of pure sadism or vengeance, they are forced to endure hunger, thirst, and all kinds of deprivations and humiliations, while across the entire defeated nation looms the specter of death by starvation. To continue with the statesman who is considered, above all others, to be the champion of freedom, Roosevelt didn't alter the policy traditionally followed by Washington in Latin America, and in 1937 a bloody dictator, Anastasio Somoza, comes to power in Nicaragua, thanks to the National Guard trained by the United States. 855 Within the United States, cities built under the F.D. Roosevelt administration continued to explicitly discriminate against African Americans. Moreover, the residencies for workers involved in national defense, either built or financed by the government during World War II, were deliberately subjected to a more rigid segregation than even that enforced in the neighboring communities. In addition, the armed forces also maintained a rigid segregation during the war. There's more. Despite pressure from the Republican Party, the president never put forth legislative proposals against lynchings 856 which continue to be carried out in the South as a spectacle for crowds of men, women, and children who enjoy the sight of the humiliation and the most sadistic torture inflicted upon the victim, a slow torment, unending and made to last as long as possible. Lastly, after having celebrated in January of 1941 the United States as a country that has continually evolved in a peaceful manner, without concentration camps 857 soon after the outbreak of war, F.D. Roosevelt resorts to that very institution to deprive the Japanese American community of their freedom, without distinctions for age or sex. Nowadays, it's almost obvious to compare Stalin to Hitler, but it may be interesting to read an evaluation of the strategic bombing of Germany that a German author made regarding the flames that consumed Dresden and its residents. The fate of the bodies reflected the means of execution. The victim of an act of extermination does not have their own grave, nor their own death, because they have not been given the right to live. The deaths of thousands of children beneath the age of 10 is not a punishment. The bombardier Harris didn't assign them any blame. Churchill only stated that for him they had no rights of any value. Perhaps they still had some in the First World War, but not any more in the Second. Hitler, Churchill, and Roosevelt had taken them away. 858. Of course, the comparison of these three figures is marked by a polemical overstatement that seems to reflect a mindset widespread in Germany immediately following the war, in a ruined Germany that is isolated by the ban against fraternization and taken to the brink of starvation by the liberal West. A conversation was recorded that, in the zone occupied by the U.S., takes place between two desperate citizens. Yes, Hitler was bad, our war was unjust, but now they are committing the same injustices against us. They are the same, there's no difference. They seek to enslave Germany in the same way Hitler sought to enslave the Polish. Now we are the Jews, the inferior race. 859. If the first of these two-sided passages makes a partial comparison between Hitler, Churchill, and F.D. Roosevelt, the second arrives at their total assimilation. The ruling ideology today, however, associates Stalin and Hitler, but that's just as rash as the comparison made by the two German citizens frustrated by hunger and humiliation. There's no difference. Tragic conflicts and moral dilemmas. Even in wanting to fixate on its specifically moral dimension, the comparison between the protagonists of the Grand Anti-Fascist Alliance certainly has its contrasts. But how to explain, then, the current Manichean opposition? Let's return to the secular process behind the catastrophe that explodes with the collapse of the Tsarist autocracy. Sadly, while accepted when it comes to historical reconstruction, the long-term perspective disappears like magic when it comes to the formulation of a moral judgment. Everything is reduced to the demonization of the period that began with October 1917, and with Stalin in particular. Are those who for a long time supported a regime characterized by such violent social relations and so violently dehumanizing that the catastrophe was foreseen by such different personalities blameless? Is there nothing to censure in those who unleashed World War I, and that in the West, with the aim of forcing Russia to participate in it until the end, didn't hesitate in arming and propping up even the most ferocious reactionary groups? If, as sustained by one of the authors of the Black Book of Communism, Stalinism began taking form in 1914, why doesn't the bench for the accused have those that were responsible for the slaughter, but only those that sought to prevent or hasten its conclusion? At least with regard to the origin and the unfolding of the Second World War, the problematic character of the moral judgment to be formulated on the Western and liberal statesmen didn't go unnoticed by the more attentive authors. We saw two Canadian historians attribute to the British protagonists of appeasement in truth, the redirection of Nazi expansionism to the East shared responsibility for the tragedy of World War II, including Holocaust. Then there's the problem of how the war was conducted by the liberal West once it began. Of course, in this case as well the ruling ideology gets off easy. A successful historian and journalist, whose articles are also found in the New York Times, and who has very little doubts about the timing and moral righteousness of the use of the atomic bomb against Japan, goes as far as stating that to not use it would have been illogical and completely irresponsible. Certainly a massacre of an innocent civilian population took place, but those who died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were victims not of American technology, but of a paralyzed system of government, devoted to a twisted ideology that had eliminated not only absolute moral values, but reason itself. 860. These firmly held certainties rest on a very simple assumption: the responsibility for a horrible action does not necessarily belong to the material author of that action. It's something that has been similarly argued by the leaders of the USSR, having obviously recognized the horrors that took place at crucial moments in the history of the country, but having attributed its responsibility to imperialist encirclement and the aggressive policies of the great capitalist powers. It must be noted, however, that the journalist historian, who is published and praised by the most prominent press organizations, applies his criteria only to the liberal and Anglo-Saxon West. But to only apply a criteria to one's own side is the very definition of dogmatism at the theoretical level and its hypocrisy at the moral level. Fortunately, it's possible to hear less simplistic opinions on Dresden, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki. An illustrious American philosopher, Michael Walzer, observes that, for the then victorious American side, to resort to the atomic bomb and to kill and terrorize civilians, without even attempting a real negotiation with the Japanese, were two crimes in one. Walzer reaches a similar conclusion with regard to the destruction of Dresden and other German and Japanese cities, carried out when the war had already been virtually won. 861. The question is put differently during the years in which the triumph of the Third Reich appeared to be taking place, when Great Britain begins its strategic bombing campaign that in Germany systematically and ruthlessly targets the civilian population. It's a tragic moment, and the British rulers find themselves in a terrible moral dilemma that can be formulated as follows. Can soldiers and statesmen trample over the rights of innocent people to save their own political community? I would be inclined to respond in the affirmative to that question, although not without hesitation and concern. What other choice would be available to them? They can sacrifice themselves for the purpose of defending moral law, but they can't sacrifice their own countrymen. Faced with an endless and horrible situation, the options in front of them are exhausted. They will do what is necessary to save their own people. 862. The danger of a victory by the Third Reich, the personification of evil in the world, dictates a supreme emergency, a state of necessity, so it's then necessary to observe that necessity knows no limits. Certainly, bombing campaigns that aim to kill and terrorize the civilian population of an enemy country are a crime. However, I dare say that our history would be wiped out, our future put in jeopardy, if I didn't accept assuming the burden of the criminal act here and now. The young Lukács makes a similar argument when, driven by the butchery of World War I, his revolutionary orientation matures. In affirming the inevitability of guilt and appealing to seriousness, consciousness, and a sense of moral responsibility, he exclaims, paraphrasing Hebel, "And if God, between me and the task that's been assigned to me, had placed sin, who am I to be allowed to escape that choice?" 863. Presumably later, with that same state of mind, as the threat posed by the Third Reich grows ever more imminent, the Hungarian philosopher faced the years of Stalin's terror. We can now turn our sights to the Soviet Union. It's worthwhile to observe the thesis formulated by Toynbee, according to which Stalingrad was made possible by the journey taken by Stalin's USSR from 1928 to 1941. 864 is today confirmed by no small number of historians and experts on military strategy. It's quite possible that, without the abandonment of the NEP, without the collectivization of agriculture and the rushed industrialization, it would have been impossible to successfully oppose Hitler's aggression, the unequaled and incontestable contribution by Soviet Russia to the defeat of Nazi Germany is closely linked to the stubborn Second Revolution by Stalin. 865. Moreover, in Churchill's judgment, even the trial against Tchékevsky and the Great Terror as a whole had played a positive and even an important role in the defeat of Operation Barbarossa. Must we then justify the concentrationary universe that made it possible to avoid a horror without end for the Soviet people and for all of humanity? Walzer rightly subjects his stated principle to rigorous conditions. It can only be considered valid if, aside from being truly rare and dire, the danger is also imminent. 866. One could possibly say that the second condition is absent in the Soviet Union. Stalin begins coerced collectivization of agriculture and rushed industrialization, which ends up provoking a horrible expansion of the concentrationary universe when the threat of war is still remote and Hitler hadn't even seized power. One could also argue in response that Great Britain also promoted its plan for the construction of an air fleet suited to future strategic bombing campaigns at least 2 decades before the rise of its supreme emergency. In fact, that plan began taking shape during the First World War and, therefore, what motivated it was the competition for hegemony underway since at least the end of the 19th century. The context is very different for the country that is born out of the October Revolution. Widespread in Europe at the time, the analysis offered by General Foch, among others, soon after the signing of the Versailles Treaty 867, is well known to Stalin, who warns about the urgency of the task of tackling the backwardness demonstrated by Russia during the First World War. With regard to the Eastern Front, that conflict was continuously understood by Wilhelm II as a racial war in which the very existence of the nations in battle was at stake, the to be or not to be of the Germanic race in Europe. It was a fight that excluded any reconciliation or mutual recognition. Peace is in no way possible between Slavs and Germans. Specifically starting with Brest-Litovsk, voices had emerged in Wilhelm's Reich that looked to the east in search of a solution for the problem of living space, and who had in mind an understanding with Britain with the aim of carrying out the dismemberment of Russia and creating the conditions for Germany's position in the world as an enormous continental power. 868. A few years later, in Mein Kampf, Hitler clearly described his program for the construction of a continental German empire to be built primarily over the ruins of the Soviet Union. It's not hard to identify the line that leads from Brest-Litovsk to Operation Barbarossa, and that's enough to explain Stalin's concerns. In any case, the imminence of the threat is anything but unambiguous. There's no great way of measuring its distance in time. The threat is imminent enough that no delays can be permitted for it to be adequately handled. Moreover, if we understand imminence not only with respect to time, but also with respect to location, the Soviet Union was clearly exposed to a more imminent threat. Lastly, while the systematic killing of a civilian population by aerial bombardment is a crime in itself, the collectivization of agricultural and rushed industrialization end up leading to a series of crimes. Those who only contemplate the moral dilemmas of the Anglo-Saxon statesman demonstrate dogmatism and hypocrisy. Yet, even if we affirm alongside Walzer that when faced with the supreme emergency a statesman must know how to assume the burden of the crime here and now, it becomes difficult to move on from the general to the particular. When we read about the terrible suffering individuals held in the Gulag went through, disturbed by a horrible experience of which they are unable to comprehend either its origin or its reason, we are led to exclaim alongside Petrarch povera et nudavi philosophia. But a similar consideration holds true for the victims of strategic bombing campaigns. Can the supreme emergency really justify that which is described in written accounts? The first round of bombs fell at 9 in the morning on streets full of people lined up to shop, and it killed 700 people, nearly all of them women and children. Later the warplanes pursued and struck the citizens fleeing to the east, to the forest. In other places the warplanes started strafing pedestrians, cyclists, train passengers, farmers working in the fields. The funerals take place under low-altitude attacks. Lacking coffins, bed sheets were used. The bombs smash through houses, remaining stuck in the ceiling. They explode 10 days later, during the light of day or in the dark of night. They knock down walls, and kill residents while they sleep. People had to flee through the flames and thereby rush to their deaths. There were even those who took their own lives or threw themselves into the flames. 869. In any case, criminal at a time when the defeat of the Third Reich was already becoming evident, are these actions justified while the supreme emergency is in effect? It's once again evident the difficulty in moving from the general to the particular. The Soviet Katyn and the American and South Korean Katyn. Contrary to the collectivization of agriculture and the rushed industrialization, the massacre of Polish officers, ordered by the Soviet leadership and carried out in Katyn in March and April of 1940, is a crime in itself. The challenge posed by Finland continued to linger, after the unsuccessful attempt to arrange an agreed-upon exchange of territory, undertaken by Stalin with the aim of providing a minimal of territorial depth to the defense of Leningrad. Now the war appears to be widening and becoming generalized. In such a case, what would be the reaction from the captured Polish officers following the dismemberment of Poland? For Moscow's part, they try in vain to dissuade them from their stubborn anti-Soviet positions, the legacy of the conflict that began with the collapse of the Tsarist Empire and that therefore tended to take on the brutal characteristics of a civil war. The situation became very difficult. There was the danger of the USSR itself being consumed by the war, and there were Western circles that were considering an overthrow of Stalin's regime. That is the grave security problem that precipitated the appalling decision that Stalin must have later bitterly lamented due to the troubles and complications that followed 870. In other words, in the case of the Katyn executions, the moral dilemmas that Walzer brought up are also present. However, it would be wrong in this case to invoke the supreme emergency, further expanding a criteria that inherently runs the risk of becoming excessively broad. Although it's unjustifiable, the crime we are dealing with doesn't involve characteristics that are specific to Stalin's personality or the regime led by him. Let's consider the crime that stains United States General Patton. Upon landing in Sicily, he orders the massacre of Italian soldiers who surrendered after fierce resistance. 871 Although it's an atrocity smaller in scope, it's necessary to have in mind that there's no real security concerns for the country that provoked it, but rather the spirit of vengeance or maybe even racial contempt. In other words, in this case it's a matter of a crime of abject motives. However, if we want to find a real analogy to Katyn, we must reference other tragedies and other horrors. 10 years after the Soviet Katyn, that which we can define as the United States and South Korean Katyn took place. The Korean War is underway. From the savagely bombarded north, a mass of refugees heads to the south. How are they received? The United States Army had a policy of killing civilians that approached South Korea. The victims were mostly women and children, but they had feared that North Korean infiltrators had been among them, although in researching one of the more documented cases, there didn't appear to be any proof of enemy infiltrators. 872 Here it's not a question of orders from a single, albeit high-profile, general or marshal like Patton, but rather a policy approved at the highest military levels in the United States. And it's that exact situation that makes us think of Katyn, especially because security is at stake in the two cases. To guarantee security, the United States and its allies don't stop at killing refugees. They considered it necessary to also eliminate the potential fifth column. For example, in the city of Tijuana, in July of 1950, the police order 1,700 Koreans, accused of being communists, to dig their graves, then they were put to the firing squad. A witness explains. On a Sunday morning, at dawn, in the apparently deserted city of Chakawan, I saw a procession of men and women, bound to one another with their hands behind their backs, beaten and bashed, while they are led from the police station to the trucks they're forced to climb into. They were later put to the firing squad, left unburied 1 or 2 miles away. 873. It's a large-scale operation. In a cobalt mine near Daegu, in the south of the country, researchers have so far found the remains of 240 people. It's just a fraction of the presumed 3,500 prisoners or suspected communists grabbed from their cells or homes between July and September of 1950, and later put to the firing squad and tossed to the bottom of the mine. Sometimes the victims of summary executions also included women and children. 874 One could say in such cases that not even the family of the suspected communist was spared. The obsession with security doesn't only strike the military rear, but the captured or recaptured cities as well. Here's what happened in one of them: they told us to light our cigarettes. Then they started to unload with their rifles and machine guns. After a pause, one officer shouted, "Those of you still alive, you can get up and go home." Those that did were again fired upon. How many victims in total were there from these two practices of killing refugees and eliminating those suspected of being communists? In truth, it still hasn't been fully determined the extension of that which the relatives of the victims call the Korean death camps. For now a provisional figure can be reached. The researchers have so far investigated 1,222 cases of mass executions. The cases included 215 incidents in which the survivors claim American ground troops and planes killed unarmed refugees. 875. The American and South Korean cat-in doesn't appear to be smaller in scale than the Soviet one, and in addition it shows a greater lack of scruples. But here it's not a question of establishing a hierarchy between the two crimes, both are unjustifiable, it's instead a question of noting the inadequacy of the moral Manichaean approach to understanding Stalin and the country led by him. The inevitability and complexity of the moral judgment. In a certain way, while inevitable, the moral judgment would be superficial and hypocritical if it was formulated by abstracting the historical context. From there arises its complexity and difficulty. At the same time, it's necessary to have in mind and to unravel the objective circumstances and subjective responsibilities, and, with respect to the latter, it's necessary to distinguish between the responsibilities of the leadership group as a whole and those that belong to single individuals. With respect to the leadership group of Soviet Russia, it comes to power at a time when, to use the words of a Christian witness sympathetic to the changes brought by October 1917, pity was killed by the omnipresence of death. 876, and it is forced to face a prolonged state of emergency, in a situation characterized, to again use the analysis by one of the authors of the Black Book of Communism, by an unparalleled brutality, generalized and without possible terms of comparison to that known by Western societies. In other words, while the major figures of the 20th century were forced to confront the devastating conflicts and moral dilemmas that characterized the Second 30 Years' War, Stalin had to also face the conflicts and moral dilemmas particular to Russian history and the Second Time of Troubles. One could say the shadow of the supreme emergency dominated the 30 years when he exercised power. It's necessary, however, not to lose sight of the fact that it's not only the objective conditions that create serious obstacles or make the transition from the state of emergency to a state of normality impossible. Millenarianism also contributed to that, though certainly in great measure sparked by the horrors of World War I, yet it's intrinsic to a vision that expects the disappearance of the market, money, the state, and juridical order. The disappointment and outrage that none of that had come to pass encourages more conflict, and a conflict that can't be managed by purely formal juridical norms, as they too are destined to disappear. From this arises a level of violence that isn't possible to justify by resorting to the state of emergency or the supreme emergency. In that sense, the moral judgment coincides with the political judgment. This holds true for the liberal West as well. With regard to the commander of the strategic bombing campaign against Germany, it was observed. When he was a young pilot, Harris had bombed rebellious Indian civilians. The psychological shock they experienced was a cultural shock above all else. The primitive tribes that lived in villages with huts made of reeds threw themselves down in awe at the feet of the colonial empire and its industrial arsenal. 877. Moreover, it was Churchill more than anyone else who promoted that kind of warfare, who, as we already saw, suggests striking recalcitrant natives in Iraq with bombs using chemical weapons and especially mustard gas, and elsewhere compares the Germans to evil Huns. We also encountered the weight of racial ideology in the American war against Japan, that, not by chance, goes on to suffer the atomic bombings. Again, a level of violence appears that can't be justified by the supreme emergency, but instead relates to the colonial ideology shared by the liberal West and Germany. While the Third Reich compares the indigenous people of Eastern Europe to the decimated Native Americans and enslaved blacks, Britain and the United States end up treating the Germans and the Japanese the same way as colonial peoples are treated, needing a lesson in obedience. Stalin, Peter the Great and the New Lincoln. In specific reference to the role played by him in the second time of troubles, no small number of historians taking up a theme that we already saw Churchill use compare Stalin to Peter the Great. 878 Even the objection raised in regards to it 879 doesn't seem persuasive. The condemnation of the Asiatic dispositions, the barbaric, Asiatic measures, and the Asiatic methods, for which the government and bourgeoisie of Tsarist Russia are responsible, is a crucial moment in Stalin's revolutionary agitation. 880 At least until October 1917, he had no doubt that his country was more backwards at all levels in relation to the Western democracies, where bloody pogroms against the Jews don't take place, pogroms that rage in a semi-Asiatic country. After the seizure of power, Stalin not only insists on the need to embrace Western technology, but also declares that, if they really want to live up to the principles of Leninism, the Bolshevik cadre must know how to combine the Russian revolutionary impetus with the practical American spirit. In 1932, still referring to the United States, he expresses his appreciation for their industrial and productive traditions. They are somewhat democratic. 881. The reference to Peter the Great seems to be yet more persuasive in explaining the history of Soviet Russia for the fact that Lenin makes explicit reference to it, and it's referenced by Stalin as well, who once in a while appears to take up the figure of the great Tsar as a model. 882 Trotsky himself, even while denouncing the betrayal of the revolution, writes, in comparison to other various regions and nationalities, regime largely realizes the historic work that Peter I and his comrades realized for old Moscow. He just does it on a much vaster scale and at a much quicker pace. 883. It's interesting as well to observe that, at the end of his trip to the Soviet Union in 1927, a great philosopher like Benjamin sympathetically shares the thesis by some literati who see in Bolshevism the coronation of Peter the Great's work. 884. Lastly, one could go further back and recall a prediction by Marx. After having mentioned the violent and unprecedented disturbances provoked by the secular contradictions of Tsarist Russia, he concludes, the Russian 1793 will be the second turning point in Russian history and will introduce a real and generalized civilization in place of the false, deceptive civilization introduced by Peter the Great. 885. All that said, while it can in part serve to illuminate the relation between Russian history and the second time of troubles, the comparison in question leaves out the Second 30 Years' War and the extraordinary influence exercised by Stalin at the global level. The condemnation in 1924 of the outrageous disparity between nations, theorized and imposed by imperialism, and the call to topple the wall that separated whites and blacks, nations considered civilized and peoples excluded from that recognition, the approval of a profoundly internationalist constitution as Stalin stresses while presenting his project and based on the principle that all nations and races have equal rights, regardless of the color of their skin, their language, and their respective level of economic and military development. All this could not fail to arouse a deep echo not only in the colonies but also in the peoples of colonial origin located in the very heart of the West. 886. In the southern United States, where the regime of white supremacy still rages on, a new atmosphere takes hold. They look to the Soviet Union with hope and to Stalin as the new Lincoln, the Lincoln who would put an end, this time concretely and definitively, to the enslavement of blacks, and to the oppression, degradation, humiliation, violence, and lynchings that they continue to endure. 887. While it advances toward autocracy, Stalin's USSR has a powerful influence on the struggle by African Americans against racial despotism. In the south of the United States, a phenomenon is witnessed that is worrying from the point of view of the ruling caste. It's the growing imprudence of black youths. Thanks to the communists, they finally begin to receive that which was stubbornly denied to them, an education that goes further than the basic education traditionally given to all those destined to carry out semi-servile labor for the master race. Now, however, in the schools organized by the Communist Party in the north of the United States, or in the schools of Moscow in Stalin's USSR, blacks embrace the study of economics, politics, and world history. They also explore these disciplines to understand the reasons for the hard fate reserved to them in a country that carries itself as the champion of freedom. Those who attend those schools go through a profound change. The imprudence they're condemned for by white supremacy is, in truth, their self-esteem, up until that time forbidden and crushed. A black woman, and delegate to the International Congress of Women Against War and Fascism that takes place in Paris in 1934, is extremely impressed by the equality and fraternity there, despite the linguistic and racial differences between those participating in that initiative promoted by the communists. It was paradise on earth. Those who arrive in Moscow, observes a contemporary American historian, experience a sense of freedom unheard of in the South. A black man falls in love with a white Soviet woman and they get married, even if later, in returning back home, he can't bring her with him, knowing the destiny that awaits in the South for those that are found guilty of the crime of miscegenation and racial bastardization. 888. The hopes of African Americans placed in the new Lincoln are not as naive as they may seem. Let's reflect on the times and the modalities that characterize the end of the regime of white supremacy. In December of 1952, the United States Attorney General sends a revealing letter to the Supreme Court as it debated the question of integrating public schools. Racial discrimination carries water for communist propaganda and raises doubts even among friendly nations about the intensity of our devotion to the democratic faith. Washington, observes an American historian, retracing those events would run the risk of alienating the colored races not only in the East and the Third World, but in the very heart of the United States. Here too communist propaganda has achieved considerable success in attempting to win blacks over to the revolutionary cause, undermining their faith in American institutions. 889. There is no doubt, on these events, the concern over the challenge objectively represented by the USSR, and by the influence exercised by it on the colonial peoples and the peoples of colonial origin, played an essential role. Stalin doesn't just indirectly influence democracy in the West with the push in some way given to the process of African American emancipation. The speech presenting the proposed new constitution totally condemns the three great discriminations that characterized the history of the liberal West. It's not income, national origin, or sex that must determine political and social placement, but only the personal capacity and work of each citizen. 890. At the time in which he expressed himself in that way, the three great discriminations are still present in different forms and intensities in this or that country in the liberal West. Lastly, in pronouncing himself in favor of the overcoming of the three great discriminations, Stalin also declares that the new constitution is destined to guarantee the right to work, the right to rest, the right to an education, and to assure the best material and cultural conditions, all within the realization of socialist democratism. 891. It is the theorization of the social and economic rights that, according to Hayek, represents the ruinous legacy of the Marxist Russian Revolution and that profoundly influences the demands for the welfare state in the West. 892. Let's return to Russia. The reader must have noticed that, in speaking of Stalinism, I make use of quotation marks. The term is used by the present-day followers of Trotsky in relation to the most distinct political realities, for example, to classify the leadership of post-Maoist China. But in even wanting to exclusively refer to the USSR, the term Stalinism is not persuasive. It appears to presuppose a homogeneous collection of doctrines and methods that don't exist. In the 3 decades in which he exercised power, we see Stalin make an effort in elaborating and putting into practice a program of government, making note of the disappearance of the hopes for the worldwide triumph of the socialist revolution and clarifying the difference between utopia and the state of emergency. Making clear his intention of not putting the Communist Party's monopoly on power up for discussion, Stalin repeatedly seeks to move on from the state of emergency to a state of relative normality, with the realization of a Soviet democracy, of a socialist democratism, and a society without the dictatorship of the proletariat. But those attempts failed. It's significant how the question of succession is handled soon after Stalin's death. The elimination of Beria is a type of mafia-style settling of accounts. It's a personal violence that doesn't make reference to any state or juridical order, nor to party statutes. the comparison between Stalin and Peter the Great now becomes totally unworkable. Looking closely, the second time of troubles doesn't even end with the arrival of autocracy. Its arrival coincides with the start of a new and prolonged state of emergency, that expands first with a dreadful new world war, and later with a Cold War at risk of transforming into a nuclear apocalypse at any moment. One could say that the second time of troubles ends, in fact, with the overthrow of the USSR. Like the Jacobins, the Bolsheviks are unable to adjust to the disappearance or the attenuation of the state of emergency, and they therefore end up seeming obsolete and superficial to the majority of the population. After having managed to overcome the crisis of the entire Russian nation, the Bolsheviks in the end were defeated by the arrival of that relative state of normality, that is itself an outcome of their efforts. It's at the international level, however, that the influence of the October Revolution, and the man who led Soviet Russia for 3 decades, proved to be more solid. One can ridicule the pompous language of a constitution that never came into force, but it's necessary to have in mind that even purely abstract declarations of principles have an impact on history. We can fall back in horror at a scenario that sees democracy, and especially social democracy, advance in the wake of the challenge being offered by a dictatorial regime prone to using terror, but to give in to that sort of reaction means, in the last analysis, escaping from the complexity of its historical process. Those who would prefer to have before them a simpler scenario would do well to reflect on an observation by Marx: it's the bad side that produces the movement that makes history. 893. 7. The depiction of Stalin between history and mythology. The various historical sources in the current depiction of Stalin. However, it's difficult for the current historiography to distance itself from the depiction of Stalin as an enormous, shadowy, capricious, and degenerate monster of man, in addition, so lacking in intellectual and political capacity that he becomes the object of ridicule. With regard to mythology, it's also necessary to search for its historical origin. It's worthwhile to start with the author who was just cited, who in other circumstances and in a different period of time observes: in contrast to the Jacobins, the Bolsheviks don't execute their Girondins, namely, the Mensheviks, who were permitted and even encouraged to leave Russia and set up their political center abroad. 894. From there a harsh campaign is developed against the country, first led by Lenin and later, for a longer period of time, by Stalin. Deutscher continues as follows. It's correct that Stalin meditated at length about the terrible French precedent, and for a few years that dissuaded him from resorting to more drastic means of repression. More than once Stalin had expressed himself in that sense. In 1929, he decided to exile Trotsky from Russia. One couldn't yet imagine that Trotsky was to be captured, and much less put before an execution squad. 895. With the opposition leader's arrival in Istanbul, a new and more committed political center is formed, this time dedicated exclusively to exposing and denouncing all aspects of Stalin's personality and actions. Fugitives like General Orlov can be put in that same context, fugitives who, in reaching the West, dedicate themselves to revealing the Kremlin's secrets, earning an enormous amount of money, and presumably it's a sum that's greater for however much more sensational the revealed secrets are. Beginning with the Gorbachev years, these revelations are eagerly welcomed in the Soviet Union and are still today one of the most important sources for Western Sovietology. These revelations, however, are a web of lies. 896. Obviously, we must not overlook the fact that the anti-Stalin campaign has its political center in the West. Its motivations had been previously clarified by Lloyd George, who, in the summer of 1919, observed that a united Russia, whether Bolshevik or not, constituted a threat to the British Empire. 897. In other words, a wide part of public opinion identifies Stalin as the incarnation of a double threat, that represented communist agitation in the capitalist metropole, and especially in the colonies, and that represented a great power, now all the more dangerous and expansionist for the fact it inspires and leads a political movement represented in all parts of the world. Which of the different political centers was the most implacable? At times, we get the impression that we are watching a competition. Soon after the Pact of Non-Aggression between the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, Trotsky lets out a type of victory cry. Finally, it's now evident to even the professional apologists for the Kremlin and Stalin, the pro-Soviet fools of all types, those who had the illusion of being able to count on Moscow's support in containing Nazi Germany's expansion. Neville Chamberlain is especially targeted. Yes, the British Prime Minister, who by this time is denounced by Churchill for his policy of appeasement pursued in relation to Hitler, is sharply criticized by Trotsky for having fed illusions toward Stalin. Despite all his aversions toward the Soviet regime, the British conservative leader had tried to make an alliance with Stalin using all means, a colossal example of naivete. Trotsky had repeatedly stated since the rise of the Third Reich that despite all the rhetoric about the anti-fascist popular fronts, the real objective of Stalin's foreign policy was to reach a deal with Hitler. Now all are forced to recognize that the Kremlin dictator is Hitler's butler. 898. This competition, seriously weakened by the epic resistance by the Soviet Union against the Third Reich, returns in force after the 20th Congress of the CPSU and the secret report. So Khrushchev accused Stalin of having deviated from Lenin? In fact, Orlov immediately increased the dose, publishing an article that in its very title announces a sensational secret. The man who led the Soviet Union for 30 years was a secret police agent for the Tsarist regime, obviously prepared to liquidate the unlucky souls who learn of his unspeakable past. Still today a Russian researcher, a zealous follower of Trotsky's, appears to cling to that revelation. 899. The competition can take on the most unique forms. In 1965, Deutsche reflects on the evolution by the Menshevik leader Dan, who patriotically blinded by the image of a Russia triumphantly emerging from a catastrophic war, with the Third Reich prostrate before it, ended up recognizing the historical correctness of the October Revolution, but also, unfortunately, the correctness of Stalinism, with all its ideological perversions and violence. There's only one excuse for that tolerance toward a degenerated and corrupted Bolshevism, the fact that when Dan wrote some of these pages, the pro-Stalinist tide in the Allied countries was very strong, especially during the immediate post-war period in the United States. 900. Fortunately, the information coming from the very capital of the Soviet Union, and from within that country's very own Communist Party, refuted and ridiculed once and for all the naive and ill-informed who had in some way or another consumed Moscow's propaganda. Only through this convergence of heterogeneous interests can one explain the paradox of a historiography that, while unceasingly denouncing the farcical nature of the trials carried out by Stalin in Moscow, has easily accepted the legitimacy of the trial conducted in different manners, first by Trotsky and later by Khrushchev. The periodic changes in the depiction of Stalin. The depiction of the enormous, shadowy, capricious, and degenerate monster of man is so widespread nowadays that we forget the contradictory history that preceded the rise of that image. We saw the acknowledgments directed at Stalin by illustrious statesmen, diplomats, and intellectuals. The pages of his 30 years in government, today simply considered horrific, were in the past read very differently. Nowadays it's commonplace to identify the revolution from above, that radically changed the face of agricultural in the Soviet Union, as an exclusive product of ideological madness. But in 1944, even while revealing its terrible human costs, de Gasperi nevertheless expresses a fundamentally positive judgment on the great economic enterprise of collectivization of the countryside and industrialization, having been made necessary by the danger of war and by the threat revealed in Mein Kampf 901. Nowadays, very few would dare question the thesis according to which the bloody and large-scale repression realized by Stalin had been the exclusive product of his libido dominandi or his paranoia. However, between the end of the 1920s and the beginning of the 1930s, Malaparte had calmly spoken of the preparations for a coup d'état in Moscow and Stalin's hesitation in counterattacking. An authoritative German press organization went even further, and mocked the naivete demonstrated by the Kremlin dictator in not sending Trotsky and his crew to the Beyond 902. Around 20 years after the fact, Churchill himself at least indirectly evaluated the trials against Tchékevsky and the other military leaders, and, to a certain degree, that's true even for the Moscow trials. 903 The stance by the British statesman, champion of the struggle until the end against Hitler's Germany, is yet more significant because it's formulated in a polemic against Chamberlain, the protagonist of the policy of appeasement. More radical or more explicit was the American ambassador to the USSR, Joseph Davies, who continued to insist that there really was a conspiracy, that the trials were carried out according to the law, and that consequently, Soviet authority had been strengthened by it. 904. In 1944, de Gasperi also stressed that the veracity of the charges directed at the anti-Stalin opposition was confirmed by objective American intelligence. 905. Then there was a radical change, but the weakness and the inconsistency of the image of Stalin given to us first by the Cold War and then by the secret report begin to emerge from the research by a growing number of scholars. In some ways one witnesses an evident turnaround. Let's take the Great Terror. Alongside the other leading political figures we've already encountered, even a fervent admirer of Trotsky's, namely Deutscher, in 1948 thinks the Moscow trials are more or less credible. In his opinion, Kirov's assassination was in no way staged by the regime. The long tradition in Russia that dared to attack the autocracy with bombs and pistols had returned to influence the young communists. Was not Lenin's brother, by chance, among the conspirators who had tried to kill Alexander III? The textbooks depict those martyrs and those heroes with a romantic halo. That's how the sacred shadows of the past now reappear to arm the more impatient anti-Stalinist Komsomols. The ideas of revolutionary terrorism had expanded to the point of constituting a state of mind widespread among the youths and arming the hand of Kirov's assassin. 906 Still in 1949, Deutscher recognized certain psychological truth in the Moscow trials in general, and also a factual truth with regard to the execution of Tchékevsky in particular. Regarding the latter event, while certain sources speak of a setup by the Nazi intelligence services, numerous anti-Stalinist sources argue, however, that the generals had in fact plotted a coup d'état. 907 In either case, Stalin's paranoia or his libido dominandi wouldn't play any role. It must be added that a few years later, an American historian unmoved by the revelations of the secret report and who continued to have sympathy for the anti-Stalinist opposition, defined by him as the consciousness of the revolution, wrote, what Bukharin stated in his guilty confession, and what's known from other sources, makes a good part of what was revealed in the trial appear plausible, despite the suspicions provoked by the nature of those trials. 908. Nowadays it's the very scholars of Trotskyist orientation who are calling attention to the civil war unleashed within the Soviet leadership and demanding the opposition's recognition for having promoted by all means the overthrow of the Thermidorian regime imposed by the traitors of the revolution. It's significant that this turn also affects Trotsky's group of followers, who in their time had dedicated themselves, more than anyone else, to denouncing the Moscow trials as a pure and simple farce. With regard to the leadership of the USSR, both on the eve and during the Second World War, Deutscher's evolution is particularly tortured and remarkable. We already came across his quite flattering portrait in 1948 of Stalin as a war leader. In 1956, writing in the immediate wake of the secret report, without much trouble Deutscher believes the revelations according to which in the days following the start of Operation Barbarossa, Stalin had retreated in paralysis to his dacha, unresponsive and angry, only to later, giving in to the demands and pleas from his colleagues, return to lead the country and to conduct a war by drawing fronts and lines attack on a globe. The only criticism Deutscher offers to Khrushchev and his circle is that they hadn't followed the recommendations already put forth by Trotsky in 1927, in other words, of not having understood the duty of toppling Stalin, in order to conduct the war in a more efficient way and guarantee its final victory. 909 10 years later, returning to this subject, Deutscher writes, I'm not willing to accept the so-called Khrushchev revelations without reservations, particularly his statement that during World War II Stalin had only played a practically insignificant part. 910. It must be said that more recent historical research goes further than this partial and timid reconsideration. Regarding the thesis of the oppressed nations, we've already encountered the radical and positive innovation of affirmative action put into practice in the USSR to the benefit of national minorities. But now it's worthwhile to read the evaluation recently made by another American historian. A new consensus is emerging, on the basis that, far from being the killer of nations familiar to Western history and the history of nationalism, the Soviet government takes on an ambitious, complex, and prolonged effort to construct ethnically defined nations within a unified state at the political and economic level. With the aim of encouraging this springtime of Soviet nations, the Soviet state conceded juridical and political equality with Russians to the peoples of the former empire. On these new national territories it reserved a privileged place for the languages of the national minorities, even when the Soviet ethnographers had to create an alphabet for local dialects, because they had never taken on a written form. That policy of promoting an autonomous national culture went as far as trying to assimilate Russians. Soviet government employees and administrators had to learn the languages of the nations where they worked. 911. A French historian on Central Asia, Olivier Roy, comes to the same conclusions, favorably cited in an essay published in the New York Review of Books. He summarizes the current outlook on that region as follows: they are solid and functional states that can assert themselves if they know how to intelligently take advantage of their Soviet inheritance. The crafters of Moscow's national policy codified languages, built national parliaments, national libraries, and instituted a policy of affirmative action in favor of local cadre. It was primarily and especially Stalin who stood out among the protagonists of this enlightened policy. How far we are from the Cold War thesis formulated by Arendt, according to which Stalin had deliberately disorganized and disarticulated nationalities with the aim of creating conditions favorable for the triumph of totalitarianism. An author, who was earlier a leader of the anti-Soviet dissidents, states his admiration for the Soviet Union for its national policy in the following emphatic terms: in the decades of Soviet rule, and in its solution to the national question, the positive elements were so numerous that it's difficult to find a comparable example in the history of humanity. 912. Overall, the caricature of Stalin made first by Trotsky and later by Khrushchev no longer enjoys much credibility. From the present-day research by eminent scholars, beyond suspect of having indulged in the cult of personality, emerges the portrait of a politician who rises and secures the positions of power in the USSR primarily for the fact that he widely surpasses his competitors when it comes to understanding how the Soviet system operated. 913. A leader of exceptional political talent and enormously gifted. 914. A statesman who saved the Russian nation from annihilation and enslavement, thanks not only to his astute military strategy, but also his masterful wartime speeches that are at times authentically brilliant, that in tragic or decisive moments manage to encourage national resistance. 915. A figure who doesn't lack qualities when it comes to theory, as demonstrated by the insight with which he dealt with the national question in his writings from 1913, and the positive effect of his contribution to the linguistic question, among others. 916. Certainly, they rightly stress at the same time that this recognition is not an absolute moral judgment. However, the secret report's complete lack of credibility is by now clear. There's not a detail in it that's not contested today. Take the report of Stalin's supposed psychological collapse in the days immediately following the start of Operation Barbarossa. According to the analysis we've already seen from two Russian historians, it's an episode that is totally invented, and that a French historian insists is in complete contradiction with the testimony and documentation that increasingly comes to light. 917. But it's not a question of a single episode, however significant it may be. Also, with regard to the so-called doctor's plot, Khrushchev crudely and deliberately distorted the truth. 918. Yes, he took great liberty with the truth. 919. This observation made regarding Stalin's wartime leadership is generally useful. To get to the truth, it's necessary to look beyond the Western polemics of the Cold War, as well as the circumstances of de-Stalinization in the USSR. 920. Contradictory motives behind Stalin's demonization. Arendt's thesis that for a long time had been undisputed in the West and uncritically repeated time and again that sought to prove the unbreakable attraction, in spite of everything, between communist totalitarianism and Nazi totalitarianism. Using these words, the only man for whom Hitler has unconditional respect was the brilliant Stalin. Moreover, we know from Khrushchev's speech to the 20th Party Congress that Stalin trusted in only one man, which was Hitler. It is so evident that, despite all the warnings, he refused to believe that Hitler had broken the treaty until the very end. To confirm this, Arendt again cites the secret report, or to be more precise, the version of Khrushchev's speech provided by the American State Department 9/21. Against that affirmation, which was based on an evidently politicized speech that was certainly not concerned with historical rigor, one could counter with the well-documented analysis according to which in post-World War II Hungary and Eastern Europe, Stalin only trusted in Jewish cadre, who are in fact called upon to construct the framework for a new state apparatus. As one can see, the antithesis with respect to Hitler couldn't be more clear. But let's dwell on the fragility of the ideological theme treasured by Arendt and ruling ideology. Recently a reversal of positions has been witnessed. A few years ago, authoritative and ideologically relentless anti-communist scholars insisted on depicting Stalin as an insatiable expansionist, ready at the opportune moment to attack Germany itself, with whom it maintains a pact of non-aggression. To make that case, they specifically cited Stalin's speech to the military academy graduates. In order to be brief, I'll cite the summary found in Dimitrov's diary. Our peace and security policy is at the same time a policy in preparation for war. There's no defense without offense. It's necessary to prepare for war. 9/22. It's May 5 of 1941, the same day that Stalin meets personally with the highest officials of the party and state, in evident preparation for open battle with the Third Reich. The substantial development of Soviet military industry had been promoted by Stalin in preparation for an offensive war, against which Hitler sought to defend. 9/23 That thesis, incessantly pushed by historical revisionism, can be easily refuted by referring to something cited by an author who is among the most prominent members of that historical and ideological current. By the beginning of May, 1941, General Antonescu, who will end up taking power in Romania, informs his German allies that the factories around Moscow had received the order to relocate their machinery to the country's interior. 9/24. Moreover, the Nazis were desperately looking for a casus belli. The spy chief, Admiral Canaris, writes in his diary, General Jodl informed me that they are very concerned by the unusual and forgiving Soviet behavior in relation to us, and partly joking, added, if those individuals continue to be so accommodating and letting everything go, it will have to be you who organizes an incident that starts the war. 9/25. Debunking revisionist historians' latest weapon of argument, this testimony unequivocally proves who is the aggressor. Secondly, it clarifies that it was Stalin's very own behavior, condemned by Khrushchev, that made the Third Reich nervous. The new accusation against Stalin found its immediate consecration in the mass media that, with the aim of giving it more credibility, didn't hesitate to bring up the speech from August 19, 1939, a prominent Sovietologist commenting with righteous indignation, while he prepared to send the loyal Molotov to Berlin to finish the non-aggression pact, Stalin had already elaborated, with repugnant cynicism, a plan for aggression and Sovietization of all of Europe, including Germany, at the opportune moment. 9/26 In reality, this is a serious historical falsehood. But that isn't the important point. The revelation of this new treacherous act by Stalin could have been the moment to reconsider the thesis developed by Arendt, with credit also to Khrushchev's report about the close relationship between the two highest incarnations of totalitarianism. But none of that took place. Historians on the concentrationary universe rightly denounce the subsequent severity experienced in the Gulag and the super-exploitation of the prisoners that reaches its horrible apex after the breakneck growth of the economic plans of 1940-1941, when Soviet leadership, in preparation for war, ignore any other consideration in accelerating to the maximum the completion of plans of great strategic and economic importance like, for example, the construction of airports, aircraft factories, and industries essential for the war effort. 927 In light of this, the commonplace accusation made by Arendt becomes ever more grotesque, and yet it continues to be obsessively repeated. It's necessary to always prove that Stalin had blind trust in Hitler. The ruling ideology, therefore, easily makes use of the most contradictory statements and accusations. What matters is that they are defamatory. The tendency to drift from history and into political mythology is clear. The obligation to demonize, for whatever motive, manifests itself in other fields. Nowadays the black legend of Stalin's anti-Semitism is unchallenged. But we're not without a perspective that's diametrically opposed. There's the research by a journalist, an American Jew, who speaks of Stalin's fondness toward Jews, to whom he entrusts the management of the concentration camps where the Germans destined to be expelled from Poland are held. Thus, those who survived the final solution can avenge themselves in a terrible way and become the executioners of their executioners, all thanks to the Soviet dictator's cunning and perfidy. 928 He is also accused in a book by an author closely associated with the military of the German Federal Republic of having circulated war propaganda about gas chambers and the plan for the total extermination of the Jewish population by the Third Reich, with the aim of discrediting their enemies. 929 It's evidently in total contrast to the understanding of Stalin as an anti-Semite which is still widely accepted. Finally, it's also worthwhile to observe how the subject of Stalin's paranoia was often handled in a contradictory way. One historian, who stands out for making that diagnosis, nevertheless stresses the role Beria was to have in the Soviet leader's death. 930 Certainly, one could say he had ended up being a victim of a climate he himself created. The fact would remain that, at least starting from a certain moment, the threat was real and no longer the product of a sickness-induced fantasy. In addition, those who accused Stalin of being paranoid are sometimes figures and authors who, without providing any proof, claim he is responsible for the death of his closest collaborators, like Kirov and Zdanov. Do they not resort here to the same attitude for which they condemn the dictator? But those questions and those problems aren't even raised. What's important is to highlight, in any way possible, the infamy of the communist and Oriental despot. Political struggle and mythology between the French Revolution and the October Revolution. In June of 1956, under the impression made by just having read the Khrushchev report, Deutscher observes, communists had for more than a quarter of a century bowed before a monstrous tyrant, vile at both the moral and intellectual level. How could all of this have happened? 931 Following that line of argument, he could have added, what had led illustrious Western philosophers and statesmen to pay tribute to that monster with approving and respectful statements and, in certain cases, even admiration. These questions are legitimate and even inevitable, but maybe they should be complemented by another. How could Deutscher have allowed himself to be affected by that behavior which he sharply condemned in 1956? Yes, after the end of World War II and on the occasion of Stalin's death, he would pay tribute to the statesmen who had made a decisive contribution to the defeat of the Third Reich and had built socialism in the USSR. In that period, the abject and idiotic monster had not yet entered the scene, and therefore the doubts had not yet emerged over the enormous credit that he enjoyed, despite everything, for a long time. Maybe in 1956, Deutscher would have had a better response if he had asked a very different question, led by a generalissimo and by such a ridiculous political leader. How was the Soviet Union able to defeat the terrible Nazi war machine that had so quickly subjugated the rest of continental Europe? And how was the Soviet Union, starting from a position of extreme weakness, able to turn into a military and industrial superpower? Yes, looking closely, with half a century of distance from Stalin's death and the clamor of de-Stalinization, it's opportune to return to the question made by Deutscher to radically invert it. How did such a grotesque and absurd portrait like the one made by Khrushchev achieve the status of historiographical and political dogma? That dogma was even infused with new details, increasingly fantastical, following the revelations of the secret report that attributed to Stalin a blind confidence in Hitler's respect for the non-aggression pact. Arendt, in the subsequent editions of The Origins of Totalitarianism, put together a theorem of the elective affinity between the two dictators, and that theorem identified an increasing number of points of contact and symmetries, until the two monsters become perfect equivalents in all aspects of their political action and ideology, including the consummation of a Holocaust and anti-Semitic hatred. The key to explaining that unique phenomenon can be found in the history of political mythologies. After their Thermidor, the Jacobins are also put to the guillotine at the moral level. They become those sultans, those satyrs, who had nearly everywhere created places of pleasure and places for orgies in which they gave into all excesses. 932. In addition to sexual libido, what especially consumed Robespierre was libido dominandi. He was preparing to get married to Capet's daughter in order to ascend to the throne of France. 933. The accusation was undoubtedly sensational, but there was no lack of proof, they were even abundant. The marriage certificate had already been signed. Moreover, in the house of the recently executed tyrant were found a seal with the symbol of France and the dynastic seal of the House of Bourbon. 934. The execution or the murder of Louis XVI can now be seen in new light. The man responsible for that act had perhaps only intended to rid himself of a rival, he wanted to eliminate the obstacle that prevented him from ascending to the throne. The moral decapitation of Robespierre was linked to the more specifically intellectual decapitation. During the Jacobin period, popular episodes not promoted from above of vandalism and revolutionary iconoclasm take place that targeted the symbols of the old regime. Such episodes continued to arise during their Thermidor, this time having in mind everything that recalled the terror. But the new rulers accused the Jacobins of the following: out of hatred for the culture they were totally deprived of, they had planned to burn libraries, and they had already put that crazy plan into action. Over the course of various passages, the list of accusations grows ever larger and becomes an ever more uncontroversial fact to the degree it loses all contact with reality. Boissy d'Anglas can subject the Jacobins to public derision by affirming, without a doubt, these ferocious enemies of humanity would have momentarily shown their villainy only under the light of the libraries burned, since they hoped that the darkness of ignorance would extend even further. Barbarians. They have set the human spirit back many centuries. 935. The Jacobins had introduced mandatory schooling, and against them and against the French Revolution itself the counter-revolutionary propaganda did not tire in denouncing the hubris of reason, and on the contrary celebrating the beneficial function of prejudice, but in the ideological and political atmosphere of their Thermidor, Robespierre and his collaborators are accused of having sought to spread the darkness of ignorance. And the new accusation is made without even reconsidering the previous accusation. Logical coherence is the last of their concerns. Also, with regard to the terror's number of victims, one witnesses a process similar to that which was just seen with the libraries. Again we turn to the words of the eminent scholar that we continue to follow here: the numbers are not up for discussion, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, they even speak of millions. In summary, it's a matter of genocide, as denounced by the Jeunesse dorée in their anti-Marseillaise anthem against the drinkers of the blood of humanity, that anthropophagic horde, those terrible cannibals. 936. It's an accusation taken up and radicalized by the left. Soon after their Thermidor, Babeuf speaks of a process of depopulation carried out in the Vendée by Robespierre, who goes as far as to pursue the infamous, unprecedented political objective of wiping out the human race. 937. That is how we witness a convergence between the extreme right and the extreme left of the political spectrum, both agreeing to depict Robespierre as a genocidal monster. However, that paradox doesn't last long. It doesn't take Babeuf long to get to the real meaning of their Thermidor, before the judges that were prepared to condemn him to death. In denouncing the desperate situation to which the popular masses are condemned, he appeals to Saint Just and his ideals for everyone's happiness and salvation from misery. On the other hand, he expresses his disdain for the system of hunger put into practice by the new rulers and classifies the Thermidorian Boissy d'Anglas as genocidal. That is how the charge of genocide undergoes a radical reversal. It no longer targets Robespierre, but his victorious enemies. It would be interesting to make a comparative analysis of the mythologies that arise from the great revolutions. After October 1917, the Jacobin drinkers of human blood are substituted by the Bolsheviks who, according to refugees in the US from Soviet Russia, had invented and frantically used an electric guillotine capable of killing 500 men per hour. We saw the Jacobins branded as people who frequented places of pleasure and organized orgies. In October of 1919, the Hungarian communist leader, Bela Kun, is accused of having established a harem with a lavish assortment of women, where the perfidious and insatiable Jew could rape and dishonor dozens of virgins of the Christian caste. 938. Repeating this slander is a newspaper that will later become the official press organ for the Nazi Party, but at that time, in expressing its horror over the events in Eastern Europe, shares an outlook that's widespread in Western public opinion and on both sides of the Atlantic. In America, too, the Bolsheviks are synonymous with debauchery and moral depravity. In Russia they had introduced the nationalization of women, as charged by documents published with the authorization of President Wilson and as was described in rich detail by an authoritative newspaper like the New York Times. Yes, every girl upon turning 18 years old is forced to register in an office of free love, and then sadly turned over to a man arbitrarily chosen, and she is forced to suffer on her body and soul the governmental entity's impositions. 939. If the Jacobins are barbarians, even more so are the protagonists of the October Revolution, first classified as agents of Imperial Germany, and later as the agents of Jewish internationalism, even more alien to true civilization, both for their geographic origin, as well as the support provided to the colonial revolts and to the peoples of color, just as Nazi propaganda insisted on repeating. Finally, while Robespierre is for some time accused by Babeuf of having wanted to completely wipe out the human race, Conquest is satisfied in blaming Stalin for organizing the starvation of the Ukrainian people. The topics sketched out here are only modest suggestions for the future historian. In looking for the appropriate comparison for these political mythologies, it's worthwhile, at any rate, to observe that Stalin was less fortunate than Robespierre. Yes, in Russia today there are popular demonstrations that raise his portrait, and the majority of adults have a positive view toward Stalin and see in him the energetic leader the country needed in such calamitous times. Among the ex-dissidents we see Alexander Zinoviev classify Yeltsin as the leader of a criminal counter-revolution and a colonial democracy, and he makes a surprising overall evaluation of the history of the Soviet Union, including the 3 decades of the Stalin era. Thanks precisely to communism, Russia was able to avoid even greater evils and to realize, in extremely difficult historical circumstances, advancements that only a cynical rabble can deny. 940. In the West, however, including on the left, the charge of Stalinism can hit anyone who even dares to express any doubts or ask any questions. If anything, it's in the bourgeois camp where we can catch a timid glimpse at some reconsideration. Just a few months after the overthrow of the Soviet Union, an authoritative Italian newspaper reported, 1.5 million people run the risk of not surviving the winter, for lack of food and medicine throughout the Soviet Union. A report by the International Red Cross has stated. 941. Some time later, still analyzing Yeltsin's Russia, a prominent political scientist, Maurice Duverger, pointed to the falling average life expectancy, whose responsibility fell on the privileged minority that had managed to accumulate enormous wealth through parasitical speculation though not explicitly illegal, and he denounced the true genocide of the elderly. 942. If not a reversal, at least the charge of genocide is applied to all sides, with the condemnation of one of the West's heroes, and with him the West itself, considered responsible for the tragedy that in no way took place in a situation of acute political and economic crisis, but after the Cold War itself had ended, at a time when, at least in the most advanced countries, shortages were only a distant memory. It comes to mind the summary made by Edgar Quinet regarding the French Revolution. The terror had been the first calamity. The second, that which ruined the Republic, was the trial conducted against the terror. 943. 8. Demonization and hagiography in the reading of the contemporary world. From the omission of Russia's second time of troubles, to the omission of China's century of humiliation. Starting with the Cold War in particular, for decades the West's anti-communist campaign had centered on the demonization of Stalin. Up until the Soviet Union's overthrow, there weren't such exaggerated polemics against Mao, nor even against Pol Pot, who was supported until the end by Washington against the Vietnamese and their Soviet protectors. Hitler had only one monstrous twin, and he had ruled in Moscow for 30 years and continued to loom over the country that had dared to challenge the US hegemony. This portrait could only change with China's prodigious rise. Now the great Asian country must be persecuted until it loses its identity and self-esteem. In addition to Stalin, the ruling ideologues are also determined to identify Hitler's other monstrous twins. Thus, there is one book, which achieved great international success, that classifies Mao Zedong as the greatest criminal of the 20th century, or maybe of all time. 944. The investigative methods are those we've already encountered. They start from the monster's childhood instead of China's history. It's necessary to fill that gap, then. With a long history behind it, China had for centuries and millennia been in a prominent position in the development of human civilization. As late as 1820 it had a gross domestic product of 32.4% of world GDP. However, in 1949, at the time of modern China's foundation, the People's Republic of China was the poorest, or among the poorest, countries in the world. 945 The colonialist and imperialist aggression that began with the Opium Wars caused this drastic fall. A period that is even emphatically celebrated by the most illustrious representatives of the liberal West. Those infamous wars open a decidedly tragic chapter in the history of the great Asian country. The Chinese trade deficit caused by the victory of the British narco-traffickers, the terrible humiliation suffered and the crisis represented by the country's inability to defend itself from external aggression, play a primary role in provoking the Taiping Revolt, which made the struggle against opium the order of the day. It was the bloodiest civil war in world history, with an estimate between 20 and 30 million deaths. 946. After having contributed in a powerful way to provoking it, the West became its beneficiary, given that it could extend its control over a country gripped by an increasingly deeper crisis, making it increasingly defenseless. A historical period of a crucified China begins. Indeed, as the end of the 19th century approached, China appears to become the victim of a fate against which it cannot fight. It's a universal conspiracy by men and nature. The China of 1850 to 1950, the era of the most terrible insurrections in history, the target of foreign cannons, the country of invasions and civil wars, is also the country with the greatest natural cataclysms. Without a doubt, in the history of the world the number of victims was never so elevated. The generalized and drastic reduction in living standards, the collapse of the state apparatus and government, together with its general incapacity, corruption, and growing subaltern status and subjugation to the outside world, all of this made the impact of floods and famines all the more devastating. The Great Famine in North China in 1877 to 1878 killed more than 9 million people. 947. Such tragedies occurred periodically. In 1928, the number of deaths reached almost 3 million in Shaanxi province alone. 948. There was no way to flee the hunger nor the cold, the wooden beams of homes were burned so that they could stay warm. 949. It's not only a question of a devastating economic crisis, the state is almost destroyed. One figure is in itself significant: between 1911 and 1928, 1,300 wars between warlords had taken place, with each opposing military faction being supported at times by this or that foreign power. Moreover, the repeated civil wars between 1919 and 1925 could be considered the new Opium Wars. What's at stake is the control of their production and their transportation. 950. Aside from the warlords' armed groups, proper banditry was widespread, fed by army deserters and by weapons sold by soldiers. It's calculated that by around 1930 the number of bandits in China reached 20 million, in other words, 10% of the total male population 951. In these conditions, it's not difficult to imagine the fate that awaits women. Overall, there's the dissolution of all social bonds, sometimes the peasant sells his wife and children. The press describes columns of young women who've been sold passing through the streets, taken by traffickers in Shaanxi province, devastated by the famine of 1928. They become domestic slaves or prostitutes. In Shanghai alone there are around 50,000 regular prostitutes. And both banditry and prostitution can count on the support or the complicity of Western concessions, toward which they constitute profitable activities. 952. The lives of the Chinese are worth very little, and the oppressed tend to share that point of view with their oppressors. In 1948, in attempting to halt the Japanese invasion, Chiang Kai-shek's Air Force bombed the Yellow River's dikes, 900,000 peasants drowned with another 4 million forced to flee. 953. Nearly 15 years earlier, Sun Yat-sen had expressed his fear that the extinction of the nation and the annihilation of our race could come to pass. Yes, maybe the Chinese had expected to suffer the fate inflicted on the Redskins on the American continent. 954. That tragic history behind the revolution vanishes in the historiography and propaganda that encompasses the negative cult of heroes. While in their reading of Russian history they pursue the repression of the second time of troubles, for the great Asian country they skip over the century of humiliation. Just as in Russia, in China it's ultimately the revolution led by the Communist Party that saves the nation and even the state. In the biography of Mao Zedong earlier cited, not only do they ignore the historical background briefly restated here, but they blame the Chinese communist leader for most of the horrors caused by the starvation and famines that affected China. A rigorous silence is maintained with regard to the embargo imposed on that great Asia country after the communists came to power. On that last point, it's worthwhile to consult a book by an American author that sympathetically describes the primary role played by a Cold War policy of siege and economic strangulation carried out by Washington at the expense of the People's Republic of China. In October of 1949, China finds itself in a desperate situation. It's necessary to note, however, that the Civil War hadn't completely ended. The bulk of the Kuomintang army had taken shelter in Taiwan, and from there they continued to threaten the new state with air attacks and incursions, on top of the isolated spots of resistance that continued to operate on the continent. But that's not the principal aspect. After decades of civil wars and foreign invasions, the national economy was on the brink of total collapse. The fall in agricultural and industrial production was followed by inflation. And that's not all. In those years, great floods had devastated a large part of the nation, and more than 40 million people had been affected by that natural calamity. 955. The embargo quickly decreed by the United States makes this extremely serious economic and humanitarian crisis more catastrophic than ever. The objectives of the United States clearly emerge in the studies and plans by the Truman administration, and the admissions or declarations by its leaders make it so that China suffers a plague and a standard of living at or below the level of subsistence, provoke economic backwardness, cultural backwardness, a primitive and uncontrolled birth rate, mass disorder, inflict a heavy and very prolonged cost on its internal social structure, and ultimately create a situation of chaos. 956. It's a concept that's obsessively repeated. It's necessary to reduce a country to desperate necessity, to a situation of economic catastrophe, to disaster and collapse. 957. This economic weapon pointed at an overpopulated country is lethal, but for the CIA it's not enough. The situation that was caused by the measures of economic warfare and by the naval blockade could be made even worse with a naval and aerial bombing campaign against selected ports, railways, industrial structures and storage sites. With U.S. assistance, the Kuomintang bombing campaigns continued against industrial cities on continental China, including Shanghai. 958. One president after another takes office in the White House, but the embargo remains and expands to medicine, tractors, and fertilizers. 959. At the start of the 1960s, an advisor in the Kennedy administration, namely Walt W. Rostow, observes that, thanks to this policy, the economic development of China was delayed by at least decades, while CIA reports highlight Communist China's grave agricultural situation, now seriously weakened by overwork and malnutrition. 960. Is it a question, then, of reducing the pressure on a people reduced to a state of hunger? On the contrary, it's important not to loosen the embargo, not even for humanitarian relief. Taking advantage of the fact that China doesn't have key natural resources, particularly oil and fertile land, and also exploiting the serious crisis occurring at the time between China and the USSR, they could try to land the definitive blow, explore the possibilities of a total Western embargo against China and block as much as possible the sale of oil and grain. 961. Does it make sense, then, to exclusively assign Mao blame for the economic catastrophe that for a long time struck China and was intentionally and ruthlessly planned by Washington beginning in October of 1949? Committed as they are in making a caricature out of Mao and denouncing his crazy experiments, the authors of that successful monograph don't ask that question. However, while they imposed their embargo, the leaders of the United States were well aware of the fact that it would be even more devastating due to communist inexperience when it comes to the urban economy. 962. It's no coincidence that we've seen them speak explicitly of economic warfare and an economic weapon. It's a practice that doesn't even disappear after the end of the Cold War. A few years before China's entry into the World Trade Organization, an American journalist in 1996 describes Washington's behavior as follows: the American leaders unsheathed one of the heaviest weapons in their commercial arsenal, openly pointed at China, to then menacingly discuss whether or not to pull the trigger. Once put into action, their threatened cancellation of normal commercial relations would have constituted, in dollar terms, the biggest commercial sanctions in the history of the U.S., excluding the two world wars. It would have been the commercial equivalent to a nuclear attack. 963. That was also the opinion of a prominent American politician, namely Edward Luttwak. Metaphorically, one could state that the blocking of Chinese imports is the nuclear weapon that America has pointed at China. 964. Brandished as a threat in the 1990s, the economic nuclear weapon was systematically deployed during the Cold War against the great Asian country, while Washington openly and repeatedly reserved the right to use actual nuclear weapons. Upon seizing power, Mao is very well aware that a very difficult task of economic reconstruction awaits him. Yes, it's necessary to undertake work in the industrial and economic fields and learn from every expert. 965. In that context, the Great Leap Forward appears to be a desperate and catastrophic attempt at confronting the embargo. 966. This is true in part for the Cultural Revolution itself, characterized as well by the illusion of political power promoting a rapid economic development, appealing to the mobilization of the masses and to methods successfully used in the armed struggle. All of this is always in the hope of putting an end, once and for all, to the devastation of the economic war, behind which lurked the threat of an even more total war. With respect to Mao's behavior as an Oriental despot, especially during the Cultural Revolution, both the history of China as well as the ideology and personality of the man who exercises power help to explain it. The fact is that never has a country democratized while it was savagely attacked economically, isolated diplomatically, and subjected to a terrible and constant military threat. The situation being as it is, it's all the more grotesque to exclusively blame Mao for more than 70 million peacetime deaths due to his inability to govern. 967. In reality, the social conquests of the Mao era are extraordinary, conquests that achieved a clear improvement in economic, social, and cultural conditions, and a big increase in the Chinese people's life expectancy. Without that basis, one can't understand the prodigious economic development that later freed hundreds of millions of people from hunger and even starvation. 968. But in the ruling ideology, one witnesses a true inversion of responsibilities. The political leadership that put an end to the century of humiliation becomes a gang of criminals, while those responsible for the immense century-long tragedy, and those that with their embargo did everything to prolong it, become the champions of freedom. and civilization. We saw Goebbels in 1929 label Trotsky as possibly the man who could be considered the greatest criminal of all time. In the years that followed, maybe Goebbels had made Stalin the number one criminal. In any case, the argument by the Third Reich's chief of propaganda and manipulation must have seemed too flawed for the authors of the Mao biography acclaimed in the West. They have no doubts, the title of number one criminal in universal history now belongs to the Chinese leader. The omission of war and the production of a series of monstrous twins to Hitler. The omission of history, and especially the history of colonialism and war, is a constant in the mythology determined to transform all communist and anti-colonialist leaders into Hitler's twin monsters, more or less. This is quite an easy task with Pol Pot. And it's therefore worthwhile to dwell on him, certainly not to rehabilitate him or to reconsider the dimension of the horrors for which he became responsible, but with the aim of better clarifying the ways with which the dominant mythology today is constructed. In doing this, I will make almost exclusive use of a book by an American scholar on Asia and a monograph about Cambodia written by a journalist who worked for The Times, The Economist, and the BBC. We therefore start by asking one question: when and how did the tragedy that culminated in the horrors of the Pol Pot regime start? Here's an initial answer, offered by the American scholar. At the start of the 1970s, President Richard Nixon and his National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger ordered a bombing campaign against rural Cambodia that included more bombs than had been dropped on Japan during World War II, killing at least 750,000 Cambodians. 969. The figure that appears in the monograph on Pol Pot's Cambodia is more cautious, the number of victims reached 500,000. However, it's evident that the bombs fell en masse, and especially on the civilian population, which was decimated, with the survivors' bodies often horrendously wounded, and at any rate traumatized by the daily experience of the terror bombings and by the escape from the countryside to the cities in the hands of government troops, and therefore spared of the inferno, but increasingly subjected to the chaos that following the growing influx of refugees, forced to endure a precarious existence on the brink of starvation. By the end of the war, in the capital alone there were 2 million displaced people, and they were housed in shacks and slums, with the sick and injured housed in hospitals, but with little hope for survival. 970. To all of this it must be added the large-scale massacres carried out by the troops led by Lon Nol, who comes to power in 1970 with a coup d'état engineered by Washington. Here's how the regime backed by the US, supported with hundreds of millions of dollars, confronts the problem represented by ethnic minorities. In the Vietnamese villages to the north of Phnom Penh, at least 3,000 residents, all males above the age of 15, were rounded up and taken to the river bank and then shot dead. The women that remained were raped. Or, in the region called Parrot's Beak, the prisoners in the camp were warned of an imminent Viet Cong attack and were given the order to flee. While they ran, the Cambodian guards opened fire with their machine guns. Those are only two examples. Authoritative journalists recall their impression at having visited places similar to the one we just saw. It looked like a slaughterhouse, and it had the smell of a slaughterhouse. 971. Let it be clear, the fury of Lon Nol's troops didn't just target the Vietnamese. The communists taken prisoner were often eliminated. Moreover, those responsible for those deaths enjoyed being photographed while they showed off, proud and smiling, the severed heads of guerrillas. 972. On the other hand, it would wrong to exclusively blame Asians for the atrocities that took place in Cambodia, and more generally in Indochina. Consider the story by an American teacher, told in American magazine, about a CIA agent who lived in Laos in a house decorated with a collection of ears pulled from the heads of dead communists. 973. At this point a new question must be asked: is there a connection between the first act of the Cambodian tragedy and the ones that follow? In attempting to minimize that relationship, the book that I cited is not without contradictions and oscillations. It's possible that the bombing campaigns had contributed to an atmosphere that would lead to extremism. But the ground war would have caused that, in any case. Was the ground war inevitable? Shouldn't we start with the war itself? The equation no Vietnam War, no Khmer Rouge is too simplistic, but it reflects an undeniable truth. 974. The British journalist has trouble admitting, despite his inconvenient logic, that those primarily responsible for the tragedy have to be sought out in Washington. And from his reporting emerges a truth that's inconvenient to the simplifications that are commonplace today. Here's how the monograph on Cambodia reports the conquest of Phnom Penh by the guerrillas. After all that had happened, it could have been much, much worse. 975. At least with regard to the very first phase of holding power, there's a moderation in Pol Pot that could hardly be found in Washington's leaders. On the other hand, the new rulers were facing real and dramatic difficulties. Will the US begin a new round of terror bombing? And how to feed an urban population that had grown too much, with agriculture devastated by the transformation of the countryside into a lunar landscape? And how to face the CIA threat, which in the cities had installed secret radio transmitters and clandestine spy cells. 976. Certainly, Pol Pot's extremist and messianic populism was also behind the decision to evacuate the cities, but that very behavior is driven by the sight of terribly overcrowded cities, exposed to the enemy threat and surrounded by chaos, with a large part of the population unable to play any productive role. To conclude, why should the moral judgment on Pol Pot be more severe than the one on Nixon and Kissinger? The same British author I've repeatedly cited, while on the one hand he rejects the intentionalist explanation for the massacres to which Pol Pot's adventure lead, on the other hand, he observes regarding the ferocity of the American war, the bombing campaigns had turned into a symbol of virility. 977. It must be added that, after seizing power, and during the war with Vietnam that follows, Pol Pot is supported politically and diplomatically by the US. However, ruling class ideology remains silent on the crucial and decisive role by Nixon and Kissinger in the Cambodian tragedy. It's well known that the barbarians are always outside the West. If political leaders must be criminalized, it's those responsible for the revolution, never those responsible for the war. That hypocrisy is even more repugnant for the fact that, while the torture and killing by Pol Pot comes to an end, the full weight of the American war and all its impacts continue to be felt. Throughout Indochina there's people dying of hunger, disease, and unexploded projectiles. 978. At least with respect to Vietnam, it's necessary to have in mind the figure reached a while ago by a conservative French paper according to which, 30 years after the end of hostilities, there were still 4 million victims disfigured by the terrible Agent Orange. 979. And in Cambodia? Let's put aside the devastating physical injuries. How many Cambodians still suffer from the devastating and irreversible psychological damage caused by the bombing campaign? 981. Conclusion is unavoidable. To concentrate exclusively on Pol Pot means being satisfied with a half-truth, which in reality ends up constituting a complete lie, guilty of remaining silent on those principally responsible for the horrors. Socialism and Nazism, Aryans, and Anglo-Celtics. After having assimilated the monsters of totalitarianism, the ruling ideology of today goes further. Aside from the individual personalities that have historically embodied it, communism as such would be closely linked, by elective affinities and by sympathetic ties, to Nazism. Conquest is the one most committed to that approach. He begins its demonstration by affirming with respect to Hitler, although he hated Jewish communism, he didn't hate communists. 981. The hostilities between the two political movements is only an illusion. What to say about this new thesis? Soon after coming to power, the Führer explains to the leadership of the armed forces that he first intends to liquidate the poison represented by pacifism, Marxism, and Bolshevism. 982. A few days later, Göring further clarifies the new government's combative program against Marxism. Not only will we annihilate this pest, we will rip out the word Marxism from every book. In 50 years no man in Germany will know what that word means. 983. On the eve of Operation Barbarossa, Goebbels notes in his diary, Bolshevism is dead. Thus we will achieve before history our true task. The Bolshevik poison must be expelled from Europe. Against that enterprise Churchill himself and Roosevelt have no reason to object. Maybe we'll even convince the episcopate of both German denominations to bless this war as desired by God. Now we will truly annihilate that which we have fought against for all our lives. I spoke about this with the Führer, and he is in complete agreement with me. 984. It's not just a matter of words, as demonstrated by the systematic annihilation of Communist Party members, ordered by Hitler on the eve of Operation Barbarossa. There's more. By the end of 1941, the Germans had captured 3 million Soviet prisoners. In February of 1942, 2 million of these prisoners were dead, the majority from starvation, disease, and mistreatment. On top of that, the Germans immediately executed prisoners suspected of being communists. 985. That means that in the very first months of Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis had killed more than 2 million Soviets, with the communists as their first target. And that's not all. While he is forced to hide to escape the final solution, Klemperer, the prominent German intellectual of Jewish origin that we already came across, writes a diary entry that's worth reflecting on. It's August of 1942 and Zeiss-Icon makes use of the forced labor by Polish, French, Danish, Jewish, and Russian workers. The conditions of the latter are particularly tough. They so desperately suffer from hunger that Jewish comrades come to their aid. That was prohibited, but they drop a slice of bread. Soon after, the Russian bends down and then runs off to the bathroom with the slice of bread. 986. Therefore, going off that account, the conditions of Russian slaves was, at times, even worse than those of the Jewish slaves. In his peremptory statements, conquest won't stop halfway. It's a matter of proving the theory of the elective affinities between communism and Nazism well beyond Stalin's personality and the borders of the Soviet Union. Therefore, the long and mutual hostility between the totalitarian parties is entirely superficial. The reality is quite the opposite. Gramsci, for example, was one of Mussolini's most intimate companions. 987. And yet, all should know that, while the communist leader languished in fascist prisons, his tormentor received the praise of the leading representatives of the liberal world. Let's consider Churchill in particular, who, in speaking of the Duce in 1933, declares, "The brilliant Roman personified by Mussolini, the greatest living legislator, showed many nations how to resist the pressures of socialism and showed the path that a nation can follow when it's courageously led." 988. 4 years later, while Italy had barbarically carried out its conquest of Ethiopia and is deeply invested in the overthrow of the Spanish Republic, the British statesman repeats his statement: "It would be an act of dangerous madness for the British people to underestimate the long-lasting position Mussolini will occupy in world history and the admirable qualities of courage, intelligence, self-control, and perseverance that he personifies." 989. It's especially worthwhile to read the evaluation made by Croce at the end of World War II. The target of his criticism is the submissive attitude by the British conservatives toward the leaders of Germany, Italy, and Spain. 990. Moreover, at least with respect to Italian fascism, Britain went further. Its politicians, including some of its greatest, paid homage to and flirted with fascism and visited their leader, and some of them were decorated with fascist insignia. 991. Yes, Mussolini received tributes from all over the world, with British politicians at the front of the line, and, at least judging by what was said to me by people living in England, he is still considered a great man by British public opinion. 992. The pro-fascist position by the West even finds its consecration in the philosophical field. Let's consider an author like Ludwig von Mises, who is still today labeled as the master of liberalism, and who in 1927 praised the coup d'état by Mussolini that had stopped the communist threat and saved civilization. The resulting merit achieved by fascism will live on forever in history. 993. In 1937, even Hitler is painted in flattering terms by Churchill, who appreciates him not only as an extremely competent politician, but also his gallant manner, his disarming smile, and his subtle personal magnetism that is difficult to escape. 994. More emphatic is former Prime Minister David Lloyd George, who speaks of the Führer as a great man, at a time when the start of the war is not far off, and the challenge announced in Mein Kampf is still considered acceptable to the British ambassador in Berlin, so long as it isn't at the same time turned against the British Empire 995. At any rate, regardless of any opinion on the Führer, according to the opinion expressed in 1938 by the American ambassador in Paris, everything must be done to build a common front against Asiatic despotism, with the goal of saving European civilization. In his prison notebooks, Gramsci in 1935 instead writes, after the demonstrations of brutality and unprecedented ignominy of German culture dominated by Nazism, it's time for everyone to make note of how fragile modern culture really is. 996. Finally, in completing his crusade that, aside from communism, also targets political currents in some way influenced by socialism, Conquest affirms, eugenics, with all its racist implications, was also popular among the Fabians. 997. It's at this time that the tour de force reaches its conclusion. Now any vague reformist ambitions toward existing capitalist society is enough to get labeled as Hitler's associate or twin. Naturally, to make such an argument one can't be hindered by empirical historical research, as a term, and even as a science. Eugenics is born in liberal Britain and immediately experienced great popularity in the United States. The Austrian and German authors who, before even Hitler, recommended racial hygiene take the American Republic as their reference. Similar to what was happening on the other side of the Atlantic, they tried to introduce norms in Austria and Germany that prohibited sexual relations and marriage between different and unequal races. It's not by chance that the key term of the Third Reich's eugenic and racial program, Untermensch, is just a translation of the American term Underman, a definition coined by Lothrop Stoddard, an author celebrated both in the US and in Germany and legitimized by the praise of two American presidents as well as by the Third Reich's Führer, and who was personally received with the highest honors. 998. It's worthwhile to note that the person who criticizes that line of thinking, committed to celebrating white and Nordic supremacy and its application to eugenics, is Antonio Gramsci, the communist leader and theorist targeted by Conquest. 999. To that author, obsessed with discovering ideological affinities to Nazis in the most remote places and in the most overlooked movements and individuals, I want to make a suggestion. He could try to submit his books to the same treatment he gives to the books of even the vaguest socialist orientation. Consider the thesis formulated in one of Conquest's last published works. True civilization finds its most complete expression in the English-speaking community, and the primacy of that community has a precise ethnic basis, constituted by Anglo-Celtics. 1000. The Anglo-Celtic mythology traced here recalls the terrible memory of Aryan mythology. There's only one detail to add. Aryan mythology, cherished by a long tradition that developed on both sides of the Atlantic and later led to Nazism, tended to identify itself with white mythology. In any case, it paid tribute to the Nordic nations and all nations that had their origin on German soil, therefore including the British and the Americans. The Anglo-Celtic community, however, is not only defined in total opposition to those foreign to the West, but also to those on the European continent. The club of truly civilized nations dear to Conquest is, without a doubt, more exclusive. The anti-communist Nuremberg and the denial of the principle of tu quoque. By now the trend is now clear. On the side of the victors there are no small number of voices being raised that recommend or demand a type of anti-communist Nuremberg, and that's the orientation that inspires the ruling ideology and historiography. It's known that during the Nuremberg trials the Nazi defendants were denied the principle of tu quoque, in other words, that based on the charges being contended they could call attention to similar crimes committed by their accusers. The Tokyo trials play out in a similar way. It's the justice of the victor, of course. Moreover, at the conclusion of the gigantic conflict, that had also played out as an international civil war and as a planetary clash between revolution and counter-revolution, we see revolutionary tribunals emerge in a number of countries, that in the case of Germany and Japan are imposed from above and from outside. The current historical trials of the anti-communist Nuremberg are a farcical replica of a great tragedy. It's evident that a historical judgment is unthinkable without the reconstruction of the time's atmosphere. Comparisons and the recourse to the principle of tu quoque are absolutely inevitable. It's with that criteria that I intend to analyze the usual criminalization of the events initiated with the October Revolution and Stalin in particular. There are no doubts about the terroristic methods of power exercised by him. But let's make use of the principle of tu quoque. We now know about the hundreds of thousands of victims caused by the American bombing campaign against Cambodia. Here I intend to call attention to one detail in particular. The peasants became captive to a blind terror. Their minds were paralyzed and they wandered around silently, without speaking for 3 or 4 days, a young village resident recalled. Their brains were completely disoriented, they couldn't even have a meal. And many, driven partly mad by the terror, were never able to become themselves again. 1001. The terror isn't always exercised at a safe distance, bombarding from high above in the sky. With regard to the US, at the start of the 20th century a guerrilla war is still underway in the Philippines, and it was repressed. An American historian reports with the massacre of entire villages, or with the execution of all males over the age of 10. 1002. Other times, the terror is carried out by delegating the dirtiest tasks to third parties, who are always aided in that task. Let's see how the US got rid of its political opponents in Indonesia. Hundreds of thousands of communists were killed after the 1965 coup d'état, orchestrated and supported by Washington. The recourse to terror and even sadism is systematic. The mass killings began in October of 1965. The army had made and distributed lists of communists to right-wing Muslim groups, armed with parangs, and transported by truck to villages where they killed and mutilated the inhabitants. School children were encouraged to identify communists, many of whom were killed on the spot, along with their entire family. Many people were denounced over personal disputes, and a word or a finger pointed at someone was enough for them to be taken outside and shot dead. The number of victims was so elevated that it caused serious health problems in the east of Java and the north of Sumatra, where the smell of rotting corpses filled the air and the bodies obstructed navigation on the rivers. In 1968 they ordered mass executions, and at once the army and the civil guard killed in the center of Java 3,500 supporters of the PKI, beating them on the head with iron bars. According to Amnesty International, boys less than 13 years old, the elderly, the injured and sick, weren't exempt from torture, used not only in interrogations, but also as punishment or out of mere sadism. 1003. Is the terror by the liberal West only practiced outside their national borders? No, it is not. One just needs to think of the violence that, in the first decades of the 20th century, is still carried out against blacks, and that is often organized as a mass pedagogical spectacle. News about lynchings was published in local newspapers, and they added additional wagons to trains to transport spectators, at times thousands of them, coming from locations miles away. To allow them to attend the lynching, school children could have the day off. The spectacle could include castration, skinning, immolation, and gunshots. The souvenirs that could be taken include fingers, toes, teeth, bones, and even the victim's genitals, as well as illustrated postcards of the event. 1004. Moreover, the final solution to our Indian question drags on in Canada even after achieving its independence. But let's concentrate on the 1930s, the decade when we see Stalin's terror unfold in the USSR. In the US, the headlines and stories in the local newspapers are in themselves revealing. Big preparations for tonight's lynching. Not a single detail should be neglected. They fear that shots fired against the Negro may miss its target and strike innocent spectators, including women carrying their children, but if everyone sticks to the rules, no one will be disappointed. Let's look at other headlines. The lynching was more or less carried out as advertised. The crowd applauded and laughed at the Negro's horrible death. 1005. It's correct to speak of terror, and not just in consideration of the effects that such a cruel, happily announced and advertised spectacle had on the black community. There's more. It wasn't just black men accused of rape or in the majority cases consensual relations with a white woman who were lynched. Much more minor offenses were enough to be sentenced to death. The Atlanta Constitution of July 11, 1934, reported the execution of a 25-year-old black man accused of having written an indecent and insulting letter to a young white woman in Hinds County. In this case, the crowd of armed citizens were satisfied at firing rounds of gunshots at the body of the unfortunate soul. 1006 Moreover, besides striking the guilty, death, more or less inflicted in a sadistic way, also loomed over mere suspects. Let's continue to examine the newspapers from that time and read the headlines: declared innocent by the jury, then lynched, suspect hung from oak tree in Bastrop's public square, the wrong man lynched. 1007. Lastly, the violence isn't limited to the culprit or the suspected culprit. It has happened that, before carrying out a man's lynching, the cabin where his family lived was set on fire and completely burned. 1008. In addition to blacks, the terror also strikes at whites who, in becoming excessively close to blacks, become traitors to their race. It's what emerges in the title of an article in the Galveston Tribune on July 21, 1934, "A white girl is put in prison and her black friend is lynched." The fact is that an editorial in the Chicago Defender comments a few days later, "A white woman can more freely pair up with a dog than with a black man." 1009. And if she doesn't take that into account, the terroristic regime of white supremacy lashes out at her twice over, depriving her of her personal freedom and attacking her loved ones. Therefore, terror also strikes at citizens who don't carry out any political activity, but are considered guilty for having a private life contrary to societal norms. Betrayal in relation to the white race can take on even more serious forms. Communists are called nigger lovers for taking part in a campaign against the practice of lynching, and are therefore targeted by the terror wielded by the regime of white supremacy and forced to face the possibility of prison, beatings, kidnapping and even murder. 1010. Once again, the stories from the newspapers of the time are revealing: fear of communism cited as the cause of lynchings. 1011. Let's return to Stalin's USSR. There's no doubt that, especially starting with the forced collectivization of agriculture, the concentrationary universe, that had already begun taking form soon after the October Revolution, experienced a ghastly expansion. But let's also apply the principle of tu quoque in this case. Skipping over the concentrationary universe enforced in the U.S. South at around the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, let's instead see what happens around the middle of the 20th century. Between 1952 and 1959 the Mau Mau revolt breaks out in Kenya. Here's how the London government maintains order in its colony. In the Kamatai concentration camp, the women were whipped, starved, and subjected to hard labor that included filling mass graves with the bodies arriving from other concentration camps. Many of them gave birth in Kamatai, but the mortality rate among the children was overwhelming. The women buried their children 6 at a time. 1012. Also, with regard to genocidal practices, the principle of tu quoque still applies for that accusation. I don't know if it's possible to define the massacre of communists in Indonesia as the second biggest Holocaust of the 20th century. In any case, it's a massacre carried out without the industrial efficiency of the Nazis, and therefore with an added level of sadism. At any rate, it should be to everyone's knowledge that, even after the end of the Third Reich, the liberal West's interventions in its colonies and semi-colonies not only led to the establishment of ferocious dictatorships, it also aided in the realization of acts of genocide. The Truth Commission in Guatemala stresses this, referring to the fate suffered by the Maya, guilty of having sympathized with the opponents to the regime supported by Washington. 1013. Finally, we saw how the Jacobins are horrible cannibals in the eyes of the Thermidorian bourgeoisie. Later, however, it will be the descendants of that bourgeoisie who will endure the Paris Commune's denouncement of the cannibalistic acts by the Versailles bandits. 1014. Regarding the 20th century, while the Civil War rages on, the Bolsheviks call for the struggle against bourgeois cannibalism. 1015. Later, as we are well aware, it was Stalin himself who classified antisemitism as an expression of cannibalism. Nowadays, however, they take the tragedy and horrors of Nautino Island, where real cases of cannibalism took place, to reduce the events that began with the October Revolution to pure barbarism and to denounce red cannibalism 1016. In truth, episodes of cannibalism had previously occurred. In 1921, the gravity of the famine reaches the point of provoking cases of anthropophagy 1017. A year later, the liberal Italian philosopher Guido de Ruggiero observes, "The Entente's blockade, that sought to annihilate Bolshevism, instead killed Russian men, women, and children. Could the poor going hungry compete in democratic elegance with those from the Entente causing the hunger? As was natural, they rallied around their own government and identified its enemies as their own." 1018. As you can see, the liberal philosopher blames the Entente more than Soviet rule. Witnessed cases of anthropophagy also occur in certain parts of China in 1928-1019, cases that could hardly be blamed on the communists, who will seize power more than 20 years later. They will eventually blame the West, starting with the Opium Wars, of having sent that great Asian country into the abyss. But let's return to the 1930s, yet relocating from Stalin's Soviet Union to Franklin D. Roosevelt's United States. Here's how a fiendish crowd furiously attacks a black man. The first thing they did was cut off his penis and forced him to eat it. Later they cut off his testicles and forced him to eat them and say that he enjoyed it. Next, they used knives to cut off strips of skin from his torso and stomach, and anyone, one by one, could rip off fingers or toes from his hands or feet. Red-hot iron was used to burn the Negro from top to bottom. From time to time a rope was tied around Neil's neck and they removed the stand from under him, until he almost died, strangulated, but then the tortured resumed, starting over from the beginning. After various hours of that punishment they decided to kill him. Neil's body was tied to the back of a car and dragged through the street all the way to Kennedy's house. There, a crowd of between 3,000 and 7,000 people, coming from various southern states, excitedly awaited his arrival. The entertainment around the body continues for a long time and concludes with the sale of photographs, 50 cents each, 10-20, but we'll stop there. It's clear that the application of the principle of tu quoque has led us to discover in F.D. Roosevelt's United States a case, not of cannibalism provoked by general scarcity, disorder, and hunger, but rather self-inflicted cannibalism, forced and organized as a mass spectacle in a society otherwise enjoying a high standard of living. In conclusion, the usual comparison of the communist movement on one side, and the liberal West on the other, makes abstraction, regarding the latter, of the fate reserved to the colonial peoples or people of colonial origin, and the measures approved in situations of more or less acute crisis. The comparison of the two heterogeneous set of measures ends up being Manichaean, one world exclusively analyzed by its sacred spaces and its periods of normality is triumphantly counterposed to a world that, having challenged the barrier that separates the sacred space from the profane space, the civilized and the barbarians, is forced to confront a prolonged state of emergency and the irreducible hostility from the guardians of that exclusive sacred space. Demonization and hagiography, the example of the greatest modern living historian. According to Conquest, the catastrophe of the 20th century begins, in fact, with the emergence of the manifesto of the Communist Party within the West's civil and democratic order. The ideas expressed by Marx and Engels caused significant problems in the world for more than 5 generations. 1021. Let's look, then, at the world's situation of 1848, the year of the manifesto's fatal publication. Let's begin with Great Britain, which for Conquest is one of the two centers for the exclusive and superior Anglo-Celtic community, and therefore true civilization. And yet, around the middle of the 19th century, according to Tocqueville, the industrial area of Manchester and the working-class neighbourhoods look like an infected labyrinth, and hell itself, the miserable slums, are the last refuge that man can find between misery and death. Nevertheless, the unfortunate souls who live in those hovels draw the jealousy of some of their peers. Let's now move on to the workhouses, again turning to the French liberal. They are the site of the most horrendous and repugnant misery, on one side those unable to work or who await their death, on the other women and children were crammed together like pigs in the mud of their pigsty. It's hard to avoid stepping on a half-naked body. In France, the popular classes don't accept these conditions. Here's how Tocqueville called for the revolt of June 1848 to be confronted: anyone who is caught in a defense stance must be shot dead on the spot. Yet one can't be satisfied with palliatives, it's necessary to liquidate once and for all the centers of subversion, eliminating not just the mountain of Jacobin inspiration, but all its surrounding hills. One must not hesitate at all in taking a heroic remedy. Around the middle of the 19th century, Ireland is an integral part of Great Britain. There we see the Proto-Eichmann condemn hundreds of thousands of people to death by starvation. In the United Kingdom's other colonies, the situation is no better. In 1835, the Viceroy of India informs London about the consequences from the destruction of the local textile artisanry, wiped out by British industry. It's a state of misery that can hardly find precedence in the history of commerce. The bones of textile workers whiten the plains of India. The tragedy doesn't stop there. 2 years later, a famine takes place that is so terrible that another British source, completely committed to celebrating the glory of the empire, candidly remarks the British residents are forced to cancel their usual evening walks due to the awful smell of bodies, too numerous to be buried. There doesn't appear to be any improved prospects for evening walks. The successive outbreaks of cholera and smallpox decimated a part of the population that had survived the famine 1022. The slaughter isn't just the result of objective economic processes. In New Zealand, the Times observes in 1864 the settlers, strengthened by the support from the London government, carried out the extermination of the natives. And now we'll see what happens in the other center of the Anglo-Celtic community and true civilization. While in Europe the manifesto of the Communist Party ruinously emerges, slavery is in full bloom in the United States, which had just earlier reintroduced it in Texas, taken from Mexico by force of arms, and that had previously declared, under Jefferson, its goal of reducing the people of Haiti to starvation, guilty for having broken the bonds of slavery. In the United States, the tragedy suffered by the Native Americans is added to the tragedy suffered by black people. Regarding the Native Americans, we will cite just one episode, summarized as follows by an American historian: the degradation and annihilation of California's Native Americans is one of the most shameful pages in United States history, an indelible stain to the honor and intelligence of the United States. It wasn't a war, but a type of public sport. In relation to the colonial peoples or the people of colonial origin, the brutality of Western civil and democratic order is not only put into practice, but also explicitly theorized by authors embraced as part of the liberal pantheon without any issues. Tocqueville invites his fellow patriots to not allow themselves to be hindered by residual moral scruples and to accept reality, to complete the conquest of Algeria, which in no way can be renounced. It's inevitable that crops will be burned, silos will be emptied, and finally we will overpower unarmed men, women, and children. Yet, it's necessary to go further, as is revealed by a terrible slogan: destroy everything that resembles a permanent concentration of people, in other words, a city. Don't allow any city to survive or emerge in the regions controlled by Abdelkader. 1023. The flattering depiction that conquest traces of the world before the publication of the Manifesto of the Communist Party can be compared to a similar one that is traced of slave society by a critic of abolitionism at the start of the 19th century. Protected against the adversities of life, surrounded by comforts unknown to most European countries, secure in the enjoyment of their property, treated in illness with expenses and attention that you will search for in vain in those celebrated hospitals in England, protected and respected during the pains of old age, with their children and their families in peace relieved once they had performed important services. This was the true, unembellished picture of how our Negroes were administered. The most sincere affection linked the master to his slave. We slept soundly among these men, that had become our sons, and many of us didn't keep locks or bolts on our doors. 1024. Conquest, the Cold War veteran, is celebrated, however, as the greatest living modern historian, although it's yet another court historian who expresses that opinion. 1025. It's obvious, the reductio ad Hitlerum of the events that began with the October Revolution, and especially with the figure who for more time than any other led the Soviet Union, is only the flip side to the insipid hagiography of the world before 1917, and even the world before the publication of the manifesto of the Communist Party. Abolitionist revolutions and the demonization of the anti-whites and the barbarians. The comparative approach can once again help clarify the underlying logic of these ideological processes. There are three great revolutionary movements that, in different ways, had radically challenged the slavery or semi-slavery of the colonial regime, and the racist regime of white supremacy that existed at both the national and international level. We must first consider the Great Revolution by black slaves that broke out in Saint-Domingue in the wake of the French Revolution. Led by Toussaint Louverture, the black Jacobin, that revolution leads to Saint-Domingue Haiti's Declaration of Independence, the first country in the Americas to shake off the institution of slavery. The second great revolutionary movement is that which in the United States, following abolitionist agitation and the American Civil War, leads to the establishment of a multiracial society for a brief period of time, within which the newly freed blacks enjoy not only full civil rights, but also political rights. Lastly, we must reference the October Revolution that calls upon the colonial slaves to break their chains, and that powerfully encourages those that until then were considered the inferior races in the struggle for decolonization and emancipation. All of these three great movements suffered, and still in part suffer, summary liquidation or their confinement to the darkness or shadows of history. Let's take the revolution led by Toussaint Louverture. In the first decades of the 19th century, those who are sympathetic to it are called anti-white and murderers. 1026. Regarding Saint-Domingue, Tocqueville merely alludes to the bloody catastrophe that had put an end to its existence. Paradoxically, the island ceases to exist at the very moment in which it puts an end to, for the first time on the American continent, the institution of slavery. But to reconstruct the atmosphere of that time, it's perhaps necessary to specifically cite a popular novel by Heinrich von Kleist, set at the start of the 19th century, when blacks killed whites and carried out a massacre of whites in the name of a disorientating, generalized revenge. The criminalization of this great revolution went unchallenged for a long time. It continued on into the start of the 20th century with Lothrop Stoddard, together with the revolution by black slaves in Saint-Domingue. The theorist of white supremacy also condemns the second and third stages represented by the anti-slavery and anti-Tsarist struggles, and naturally brands as traitors to the white race the French Jacobins, the American supporters of radical abolition and the cause of racial equality, as well as the Bolsheviks. With respect to so-called Reconstruction, one must have in mind the warning from an eminent American historian: despite its military defeat, the South won the ideological Civil War a long time ago. 1027. It would appear that, at least in this case, there should be no doubt, after centuries of slavery in the fullest sense of the word, Reconstruction is forced to make way to a regime of anti-black terror, so ferocious that it can be identified as the most tragic moment in African American history. However, let's see how Wilson summarizes that time in history. The household slaves were almost always indulgently and even warmly treated by their masters. In the wake of emancipation, Reconstruction sets in, during which majorities are formed in the South that rely on blacks. It's an incredible carnival of public crime, to which the natural and inevitable rise of the whites fortunately puts an end. 1028. A figure who went on to enter the pantheons of the United States and the West is not filled with horror at the time when the slave owner exercises absolute power over his human cattle, nor is it the time when the regime of white supremacy organizes the public spectacle of lynching and the slow martyrdom of the former slaves. Synonymous with public crime is the brief period of time that followed the American Civil War and during which there's the effort, despite everything, to take the human rights of African Americans seriously. For a time, black reconstruction, or radical reconstruction, had been considered synonymous with totalitarianism, or as the phenomenon that preceded fascism and Nazism. Imposed at the conclusion of a war that was very similar to the total war by the Nazis, it had intended to forcefully realize the principle of equality and racial intermixing, trampling on the will of majority and appealing to the savage population, with the consequent victory achieved through physical force by civilization over barbarism. Fortunately, the stainless and fearless knights of the Ku Klux Klan were ready to challenge or contain those horrors. The KKK was the organization that kept alive the knightly order that had for so long characterized the U.S. South. These are the themes that are promoted by a historiography that continued to make its influence felt well after the collapse of the Third Reich. 1029. Finally, the events that began in October 1917, with the appeal directed to the colonial slaves to break their chains, culminated with the arrival of Stalin's autocracy. Naturally, it's not in any way a matter of idealizing the protagonists of these three great emancipatory struggles. An eminent historian on the revolution by black slaves in Saint Domingue argued against the contemporary legend according to which the abolition of slavery had meant the extermination of the whites, 1030, but it's undeniable that massacres took place on both sides. Nor is there doubt about the brutality, at that time unprecedented, with which the American Civil War was carried out by the North, and particularly by Sherman, who explicitly proposed striking at the civilian population and to make Georgia howl 1031, and it's no coincidence that Hitler appears to look to him as a model. Finally, the ruthless nature of the dictatorship maintained first by Lenin, and especially by Stalin later, is not up for debate. At least the second war brought up here now appears to have been lost by the slave-owning South in the field of history as well. It is no longer politically correct to regret the end of slavery or the regime of white supremacy. In contrast, commonplace is the understanding of Stalinism as merely criminal, as well as the comparison of Stalin to Hitler, who inheriting and radicalizing the colonial tradition explicitly demanded the right of the master race to decimate and enslave the inferior races. It's a sign that the champions of colonialism still haven't lost the battle at either the political level or in the field of history. Universal history as a grotesque succession of monsters and as teratology. The movement in history condemned to damnatio memoriae is the one that more than any other radically challenged the arrogance of the master race that had ruled for centuries, from the classic colonial tradition, to the attempt by the Third Reich to radicalize it and apply it in the very heart of Europe. But there's no movement in history that can't be subjected to a similar process of criminalization. Take liberalism, for example. If we ignore the best pages written by it, and we concentrated exclusively on the fate suffered by the colonial peoples or those of colonial origin, even liberalism can be read in a more or less criminal perspective. In the current climate of the War on Terror, there's certainly no lack of books that, in referencing the horrific suicide attacks in Beslan, Russia in 2004, reconstruct the expansion of Islam as a history of a bloody and cruel conquest, that savagely rules over the defeated and only leaves behind a trail of blood. The role of Islam in the creation of the grand multi-ethnic and multicultural civilization that characterizes Spain before the Christian reconquest is hidden and forgotten, as is its radical questioning of caste society in India, and more generally of its promotion, beginning in the 19th century, of the emancipation struggle by colonial peoples. In the opposition direction, however, we can cite the publication of the monumental criminal history of Christianity, completely dedicated to denouncing the intolerance and violence inherent to its pretension of knowing the only true God. It contains an angry condemnation of the crusades of extermination, the religious wars, the Inquisition, the witch hunts, the legitimization of the West's colonial expansion and the horrors in its wake, the support given even in the 20th century to tyrannical and bloody regimes. 1032 And again, resourcefulness is combined with omission. Preaching the idea of equality between men, and as late as the 18th and 19th century feeding the abolitionist and anti-slavery movement, Christianity is an essential part in the formation of the democratic society. In his lucid hatred, Nietzsche understood this well, it was precisely for that reason that he denounces the intrinsically violent and criminal impulse that, despite its appearances, characterizes Christianity and the early Judaism of the prophets, rallying around the idea of equality and against wealth, power, and the status of masters in general. The Jewish prophets would be first among those responsible for the massacres that took place during the Peasant Wars, the Puritan Revolution, the French Revolution and the Paris Commune. A line of continuity which 19th-century anti-Semitism and Hitler extend to the communist movement and the Judeo-Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917. Moreover, the communist movement was quite often compared to early Christianity or to Islam. Thus, this depiction of universal history, understood as the universal history of crime, is almost complete. That sequencing of crimes not only avoids their motivations, but also the reasons for their uninterrupted duration, such that history as a whole is portrayed, as Hegel would say, as a slaughterhouse of planetary dimensions 1033 or as an immensely unfathomable mysterium iniquitatis. At this moment we can observe like Gramsci the past as such looks irrational and monstrous to us, history as a whole is portrayed as a grotesque succession of monsters, as Teratology 1034. Opposing the reduction of the events that began with October 1917 to a crime or to criminal madness, authors and figures committed in some way to defending communism's honor react, at times, by distancing themselves from the darker pages of that movement's history and branding them as the betrayal or the degeneration of the original ideas of the Bolshevik Revolution and the teachings by Lenin and Marx. Looking closely, that approach also leads to an outcome not very different from that we just finished analyzing. Are all the pages ruthlessly described in the criminal history of Christianity examples of betrayal and degeneration? How about the Reformation and the regimes that later side with Protestantism? Following that line, Cromwell is a degenerate in relation to the original protagonists of the Puritan Revolution, and the terror by the Jacobins is a degeneration of the ideals of 1789. Is modern Islamic fundamentalism a degeneration in relation to the Quran and Muhammad's teachings? Remaining coherent to this approach, anyone can consider the liberal West's enslavement and annihilation of the colonial peoples to be a degeneration of liberalism. Therefore, the traitors would be Washington, Jefferson, Madison, all slave owners, and also Franklin, according to whom the uprooting of those savages has been planned by Providence, for the purposes of clearing space for the cultivators of the land. Locke should also then be classified as a traitor to liberalism, as he is generally considered the father of that line of thinking, and not only did he legitimize the expropriation of the Native Americans, but he was also, as observed by an eminent scholar, the last great philosopher who sought to justify absolute and perpetual slavery. Proceeding in that way, we thus transform the pantheon of the great figures of liberalism into a gallery of traitors without honor. That sort of argument is even more suspect if we consider the fact that, in the eyes of a great liberal theorist of slavery like John C. Calhoun, it's precisely the abolitionists with their Jacobinism and anti-slavery fanaticism who betray liberal ideas of tolerance and respect for property rights in all their forms. That approach isn't much more persuasive if we apply it to the history of Marxism and communism. Especially beginning with the 20th Congress of the CPSU, Stalin is the criminal traitor par excellence. But it's necessary not to forget that those very champions of de-Stalinization are accused of betrayal and revisionism by the Chinese and Albanian communist parties. In our days, the criminalization process also targets Lenin, Mao Zedong, Tito without even mentioning Pol Pot, and not even Ho Chi Minh and Castro are spared. A truly miserable outcome is reached by relying on the category of betrayal. The history of the communist movement as a crime in itself, triumphantly written by the ruling ideology, is simply rebranded by those who are unable to identify with the ruling ideology as the history of betrayal of its original ideals. Not all that different results would be reached in the reading of liberalism or Christianity if we wanted to describe their darkest chapters as the betrayal of their original ideals. To conclude, the approach criticized here commits the mistake of erasing the real and profane history, which is substituted by a history of the unfortunate and mysterious corruption and distortion of doctrines elevated a priori to the status of purity and holiness. Theory is never innocent, however. The reading of Soviet Russia's history in terms of the betrayal and degeneration of its noble original ideas is, most of the time, dismissively rejected by modern historiography, deeply committed not only to the collective criminalization of the Bolsheviks, but also in denouncing the authors that inspired the Bolsheviks as the original theorists of the terror and the Gulag. While it's necessary to avoid drawing hard lines of continuity and mixing up quite different kinds of responsibility, it is nevertheless permitted and even obligatory to question the role played by Marx and Engels, rejecting the myth of their innocence and investigating the real history of their impact and the reasons for that impact. But then it's necessary to take a similar approach toward all the great intellectuals, including those who are placed within a different and opposing intellectual tradition. Take Locke, for example. Is there a relation between his refusal to extend tolerance and even compassion to the Papists and the massacres the Catholics suffered in Ireland? And what of the underlying connection between his theoretical justification of slavery in the colonies and the slave trade, and the tragedy suffered by blacks, that which some African Americans today prefer to call the Black Holocaust? We can also turn to the time of Marx and Engels. Must a theorist, like John Stuart Mill, of the West's despotism over the lesser races and the beneficial nature of slavery imposed on savage tribes alien to work and discipline, be considered in part responsible for the terror and massacres that accompany colonial expansion? Not a single movement or person can escape those questions. We saw Nietzsche refer to the fiery tirades against power and wealth by the Jewish prophets and founders of the Church to explain the destructive and bloody nature of the revolutionary cycle. In the opposite direction, those that denounce the protagonists of crusades as traitors to Christianity would do well not to overlook a commonly neglected detail. An integral part of that religion's holy scriptures is the Old Testament, which legitimizes and celebrates the Lord's wars even in its cruelest forms. In this case, it's also misleading to counterpose the nobility of the original ideas to the mediocrity and the horrors of its real history. Having confirmed theory's non-innocence, it's a matter of identifying the different levels of responsibility. During the 17th and 18th centuries, the bodies of black slaves were branded with the letters RAC, the Royal African Company, in which Locke was a shareholder. The least that one could say is that the authors of the Manifesto of the Communist Party didn't profit from the forced labor that, a few decades after their deaths, will characterize the Gulag. Marx and Engels can be accused of having legitimized in advance violence that, at any rate, will be put into practice after their deaths, and with decades separating them. Mill, however, legitimizes practices that are contemporary to him. Similarly, in Tocqueville we can read the explicit recommendation of colonial practices that are more or less genocidal that don't refer to the future, but the immediate present. 1035 In other words, regarding the atrocities of colonialism that take place under their watch and, at times, with their direct approval, the representatives of the liberal tradition cited here have much more direct responsibility than that attributed to Marx and Engels regarding the shameful aspects of the Soviet regime and Stalinism. While the path that leads from Marx to Stalin and the Gulag is problematic, bumpy, and at any rate mediated by totally unpredictable events like World War II and the permanent state of emergency, it's immediately evident the link that connects Locke to the slave trade or Mill and Tocqueville to the forced labor imposed on the indigenous people and the colonial massacres. As a theory, neither can utopianism claim any innocence. Liberals are correct on that point, though unfortunately they resort to that argument in a dogmatic way, applying it only to their adversaries and not to themselves. What were the terrible human and social costs of the utopia of a self-regulated market, with the subsequent rejection of any state intervention, a utopia to which Britain was loyal to even when, around the middle of the 19th century, a disease destroyed the potato harvest and the subsequent famine consumed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Irish people? Or, to give a more recent example, how many catastrophes were provoked and continue to be provoked by the utopia of a permanent peace to be achieved by spreading democracy around the world through the force of arms? To avoid falling into that very dogmatism, a similar question is also raised in relation to the history of the Soviet Union. There are, of course, those that read the history of the country born out of the October Revolution by lamenting the gradual betrayal of the ideals elaborated by Marx and Engels. In reality, and in certain aspects, it's precisely those original ideals that played a harmful role, obstructing the transition to a state of normality and prolonging and intensifying the state of emergency. Despite their differences, the two approaches criticized here, that respectively base themselves on the category of crime or betrayal, have a shared characteristic: they have a tendency to focus their attention on either the criminal or the treacherous nature of individuals. In fact, they refuse to understand the real historical development and historical effectiveness of the social, political, and religious movements that have a worldwide ability to draw people in and whose influence unfolds over quite a long period of time. Such an approach also proves to be inconclusive and misleading with regard to the Third Reich. It's way too easy to exclusively blame Hitler for the atrocities of Nazism, suppressing the fact that he extracted from the world that preceded him and then radicalized the two essential parts of his ideology, the celebration of the white race's colonial mission and the West itself, now called upon to further extend its dominion into Eastern Europe, the understanding of the October Revolution as a Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy that, in encouraging the rebellion by the colonial peoples and undermining the natural racial hierarchy and, more generally, infecting society like a pathogen, constituted a frightening threat to civilization, to be confronted using all means, including the final solution. In other words, to comprehend the genesis of the Third Reich's horrors, it's not a question of reconstructing Hitler's childhood or adolescence, nor does it make sense to start with Stalin's very beginnings to analyze an institution that has its roots in the history of Tsarist Russia and which, in ways that are always different, of which the countries of liberal West also made use, both during periods of colonial expansion as well as during the state of emergency caused by the Second 30 Years' War. Similarly misleading would be wanting to explain slavery and the decimation and extermination of the Native Americans based primarily on the individual characteristics of the U.S. Founding Fathers, or seeking to explain the strategic and atomic bombings of German and Japanese cities through Churchill's, Roosevelt's, and Truman's perverse nature. It would be equally unreasonable to seek to explain the horrors of Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib by starting with Bush Jr.'s adolescence or childhood. But let's return to Stalin. Is it a case of moral indifference to reject the approach that interprets everything as a crime or as the betrayal of the original ideals? Historians today still debate individuals and events that go back nearly 2,000 years. Must we unhesitatingly accept the sinister portrait of Nero traced by both the senatorial aristocracy and by the Christians? In particular, must we accept without question the Christian propaganda that accused the Roman emperor of having started a fire in Rome in order to blame and persecute the innocent followers of the new religion? Or, as suggested by some scholars, was it possibly started by fundamentalist and apocalyptic tendencies within early Latin Christianity, which sought to see reduced to ashes the place par excellence of superstition and sin, and to accelerate the fulfillment of their eschatological hopes? 1036. Let's skip ahead a few centuries. Regarding the large-scale anti-Christian persecution unleashed by Diocletian, historians continue to ask themselves if it was only the result of an inexplicable religious hatred that was alien to Roman traditions, or did genuine concern regarding the future of the state play a role, as its military was being undermined by Christian pacifist agitation, precisely at a time when the danger of barbarian invasions became more threatening? The historians who ask those questions are hardly accused of wanting to downplay the persecution that Christians endured, or of wanting to again send them to the beasts and to the most heinous forms of torment. Unfortunately, it's easier to critically analyze the sacred history of Christianity than it is to express doubts regarding the sacred aura that usually surrounds the history of the West and the country that leads it, due to it being much further in the past and its much smaller impact on the interests and passions of the present. It's much easier to understand the motives of those who were defeated by Christianity than to identify the motives of those whose defeat cleared the way for the triumph of the American century. And that explains the heavy influence of demonization and hagiography in the understanding of the 20th century, as well as the stubborn popularity enjoyed by the negative cult of heroes. Concentrate all our strength against the principal enemy. One of the fundamental qualities of the Bolsheviks, and one of the fundamental points of our revolutionary strategy is our ability to understand, at any given moment, who is the principal enemy and to know how to concentrate all our strength against that enemy. Report to the 7th Congress of the Communist International. 1. Democracy and peace. It's worthwhile to begin with the Cold War. To specify the time we are dealing with, I'll limit myself to several details. In January of 1952, to break the stalemate in military operations in Korea, U.S. President Harry S. Truman flirted with the radical idea that was even written down in a diary entry: he could send an ultimatum to the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, specifying in advance that their lack of compliance would mean that Moscow, St. Petersburg, Mukden, Vladivostok, Beijing, Shanghai, Port Arthur, Dalian, Odessa, Stalingrad, and every industrial center in China and the Soviet Union, would be eliminated. It was not a matter of a fantasy with no connection to reality, as disturbing as that may be. In those years nuclear weapons had been repeatedly wielded as a threat against a China determined to complete its anti-colonial revolution and achieve national independence and territorial integrity. The threat was all the more believable due to the terrible and lingering memory of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, when Japan had its attention primarily turned to the Soviet Union on this. Authoritative American historians agree. It also wasn't only the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China being threatened. On May 7, 1954, in Dien Bien Phu, Vietnam, an army led by the Communist Party defeated colonialist France's occupying troops. On the eve of the battle, the American Secretary of State Foster Dulles said to French Prime Minister Georges Bidault, "And what if we were to give you 2 atomic bombs?" It was understood immediately that they were to be used against Vietnam. Despite not even hesitating at the prospect of a nuclear holocaust to hold back the anti-colonial revolution, in those same years the United States and its allies sold NATO as a contribution to the cause of democracy and peace. It must be placed in this context the speech in March of 1949 by Togliatti to the Chamber of Deputies, during the debate over Italy's entry into the Atlantic Alliance. Your principal thesis is that democracies, as you call them, don't wage wars. But gentlemen, who do you take us for? Do you truly believe that we don't have the most minimal political and historical background? It's not true that democracies don't wage wars. All the colonial wars of the 19th and 20th centuries were waged by regimes that classified themselves as democratic. Such as when the United States waged a war of aggression against Spain to establish its rule in a part of the world it was interested in. It waged war against Mexico to conquer specific regions where there were substantial sources of raw materials. For decades they waged war on the indigenous Native American tribes in order to destroy them, offering one of the primary examples of the crime of genocide that is today judicially enshrined and thus should be legally punished in the future. Nor must one forget the crusade by 19 nations, as Churchill had called it at the time, against Soviet Russia, and there was also, before the eyes of the world, France's war against Vietnam, at that time fully underway. Therefore, far from being synonymous with peace, bourgeois democracies had started and continued to be responsible for wars that often had a genocidal character. In any case, from the Italian communist leaders' point of view, to believe in the thesis according to which bourgeois democracy would be free of military impulses would mean having no political or cultural background. But that background would truly disappear a few decades later. During the outbreak of the First War against Iraq, while the Italian Communist Party was beginning to crumble, one of its prominent philosophers declared to El Unita on January 25, 1991, "Never in history has a democratic state waged war on another democratic state." The tone of that declaration didn't allow for responses or doubts. Yet I will allow myself to cite Henry Kissinger, regarding whom there are many things to be criticized, but not being politically or historically uncultured. When the First World War broke out in Europe, most countries were governed by what were essentially democratic institutions. Nevertheless, the First World War, a catastrophe which Europe still hasn't completely recovered from, was enthusiastically approved by all the parliaments. In truth, war has not even spared those that define themselves as the oldest democracies in the world. Great Britain and the United States were at war from 1812 to 1815. And on that occasion, it is even one of the founding fathers of the American Republic, namely Thomas Jefferson, who invokes against Great Britain a total and eternal war, a war that could only come to an end with the extermination of one side or the other. And it's not just a matter of a now distant historical event. Even between the two world wars, for some time the United States continued to consider Great Britain as its most likely enemy. The war plans they prepared in 1930, and approved by General Douglas MacArthur, even considered the use of chemical weapons. To the colonial wars. Let's reread Marymount's statement from 1991. He maintains that wars between democracies don't happen while consciously making abstraction of the colonial wars in which the so-called democracies are the protagonists. Are colonial wars even considered wars? In absolving the democracies, must we blame those wars on the colonial peoples, guilty of being backwards and barbarians? Starting in 1935, Togliatti was called upon to confront fascist Italy's aggression against Ethiopia. Mussolini stated his desire to contribute to the spreading of European civilization. It was necessary to put an end to a centuries-long slavery and to their pseudo-barbarian and slave state, that is a slave state led by Negus of the slavers, by the leader of slavers. The regime's propaganda didn't relent in insisting that the horrors of slavery could not be tolerated. In Milan, Cardinal Schuster blessed and consecrated the undertaking that at the price of blood opens Ethiopia's doors to the Catholic faith and Roman civilization and abolishing slavery, bringing light to the darkness of barbarism. Despite being carried out through the massive use of mustard and asphyxiating gas, and through the large-scale massacre of the civilian population, the war was celebrated as civilizing and humanitarian operation, and not without its democratic elements, given that it abolished slavery. We are led to think of the seductive humanitarian operations that exist nowadays. How did Togliatti react to that campaign? In August of 1935, in his report to the 7th Congress of the Communist International, he observed, "For entire decades, the indigenous people of Africa have been subjected to a regime, not only of exploitation and slavery, but of true and proper physical extermination. The crisis years have added to the horrors of the colonial regime installed by the Europeans on that immense black continent. Moreover, the fascists, in the war carried out in Libya from 1924 to 1929, have unequivocally demonstrated what are the fascist methods of colonization. Even in that field, fascism has demonstrated itself to be the most barbaric form of bourgeois rule. Italy's war in Libya has been carried out, from beginning to end, as a war of extermination against the indigenous population. Having always had a genocidal tendency, even when unleashed by countries with a liberal and democratic order, the colonial wars with fascism become completely and consciously genocidal. On the other hand, Togliatti recognized that Abyssinia is an economically and politically backward country. It's true, so far there's no trace of any national revolutionary movement, or even a mere democratic one. Still largely present was the feudal regime. Was it necessary, then, to support or at least not oppose the seductive civilizing and humanitarian intervention? Not at all. On the contrary, Togliatti declared himself ready to support the liberation struggle by the Ethiopian people against the fascist bandits, and that's in consideration not only of the very atrocities of expansionism and colonial rule, but also for the fact that the anti-colonialist struggle, even when conducted by countries and peoples still outside modernity, is nonetheless an integral part of the world revolutionary process that throws imperialism into crisis. Unfortunately, even this lesson from Togliatti has been lost. In 2011, NATO massively intervened against Gaddafi's Libya. To use the words of an authoritative philosopher from well outside the communist camp, Today we know that the war has caused at least 30,000 deaths, against the 300 victims of the initial repression that the regime was condemned for, a regime that the West was determined to overthrow. Among those who called for or approved the intervention in this war considered neocolonial even by numerous scholars, journalists, and news outlets were Susanna Camusso, Secretary General of the CGIL, and Rosanna Rossenda, a historic figure in Il Manifesto, the Italian communist daily. 3. A Baroque outlook on the anti-imperialist struggle. As is well known, Togliatti was one of the main protagonists of the political reversal that in 1935 pushes the Communist International to identify Nazi fascism as the principal enemy and to promote the program of the United Front and Popular Front against it. Taking this position was not straightforward for the communists. Trotskyist propaganda didn't relent in denouncing it as a betrayal of anti-colonialism, for the fact that it placed the two largest colonial empires at the time among the secondary enemies, and therefore among the Soviet Union's potential allies. Resistance to the new political line even came from other orientations. Take Carlo Rosselli, for example. In the last years of his life, before being assassinated by Mussolini's agents in 1937, the leader of liberal socialism was fairly close to the communists, and he looked sympathetically to the gigantic Russian experiment of socialist revolution and of the socialist organization of production. Although said between parentheses, yet without absolute clarity, Carlo Rosselli's liberal socialism was very different to the liberal socialism that later characterized Norberto Bobbio. And yet, at least at the beginning, Rosselli expressed his reservations about the turn by the Communist International, and he spoke in the name of the revolutionary orthodoxy. Traditional Marxist theory has been set aside and has increasingly drifted toward the theory of the democratic war. The present conflict would no longer be the result of an inter-imperialist war, but one between peaceful states and fascism, especially German fascism. The communist parties, at least those in the countries allied to Russia, will be forced into the Union Sacrée. In other words, by waving the flag of anti-fascist unity, the communists make their own the patriotic slogans that they condemned during World War I. That argumentative approach lost sight of, or didn't comprehend, the drastic changes to the international situation. The same representative of liberal socialism, writing on November 9 of 1934, said that the fall of the Soviet regime would be a tremendous calamity that we must work to avoid. With respect to 1914, a new contradiction has intervened, that between capitalism and socialism. And that was just one aspect. 20 years earlier, after having defined World War I as a war between slave owners for the consolidation and strengthening of slavery in the colonies, Lenin had added, the originality of the situation is in the fact that, in this war, the destiny of the colonies are being determined by the military struggle on the continent. The slave owners, the large colonial powers and the imperialists were alone in having the initiative. That is no longer true on the eve of and during World War II. Promoted by the October Revolution, the world anti-colonialist revolution had already begun. The colonial slaves had left behind their state of passivity and resignation. In other words, aside from the inter-imperialist contradiction that characterized World War I, the contradiction between capitalism and socialism, as well as the contradiction between the great colonial powers and the revolting colonial slaves, are both at work. And that latter contradiction became all the more acute due to the intentions of the imperialist powers on the offensive to take up and radicalize the colonial tradition, subjugating and enslaving even nations belonging to older civilizations. Even a country like France was facing colonial or neocolonial subjugation. Lenin had even predicted it to some extent. In 1916, while Wilhelm II's army was at the gates to Paris, the great Russian revolutionary, on the one hand, reaffirmed the imperialist character of the world war then underway. On the other hand, he called attention to a possible reversal, if the gigantic conflict is concluded with a Napoleonic-style victory and with the subjugation of a whole series of nation-states retaining some form of autonomy, then a great national war would be possible in Europe. It's the very scenario that took place in a good part of the world between 1939 and 1945, In both cases, the Napoleonic victories achieved by Hitler in Europe and Japan in Asia ended up provoking wars of national liberation. Ignoring the multiplicity of the contradictions and their interaction with one another, in October of 1934 Rosselli defined the historical phase that we are passing through as the phase of fascism, imperialist war, and capitalist decadence. While the reference to capitalist decadence may be an implicit reference to the rise of Soviet Russia, in any case the scenario outlined here completely ignores the anti-colonial revolution and the wars of resistance and national liberation. Maybe it wasn't only the difficulty in understanding the changes to the international situation that explains the resistance to the political turn of 1935. Especially because it has been characterized by the desire to provide a complete understanding of the social and historical totality, Marxism has sometimes been read as a mode of understanding that simplifies and flattens the complexity of historical and social processes. Gramsci had called attention to the infantile deviation by the philosophy of praxis that, in ignoring the role of ideas and ideology, nurtures the Baroque conviction that the more one relies on material objects, the more orthodox one becomes. It's a memorable passage for its stylistic merit. In addition to its philosophical merit, the self-styled champions of orthodoxy are ridiculed as followers of a Baroque conviction. Unfortunately, that can manifest itself on a very different level. In analyzing international relations, there are those who consider themselves to be the foremost champions of anti-imperialism by expanding as much as possible their list of imperialist countries, all of them put on the same level. It goes without saying that such a Baroque outlook was entirely alien to Lenin. Lenin, in 1916, in making the distinction between classic colonialism and neocolonialism, notes that the latter is based not on political annexation but rather on economic annexation, and regarding that proposition he offers an example in addition to that of Argentina. Even Portugal was in fact a vassal of Britain. Certainly, the great revolutionary didn't ignore that Portugal also possessed a colonial empire. Nevertheless, the principal aspect was the neocolonial subjugation of Portugal, that in some way became a part at least at the economic level of the British Empire. Elsewhere, we saw Lenin in 1916 consider the possibility of Wilhelm II's Germany imposing its neocolonial subjugation on a country like France, that for its part possessed a vast colonial empire. It's this lesson by Lenin that Togliatti had behind him when he criticized that which could be defined as the Baroque conception of anti-imperialism. One of the fundamental qualities of the Bolsheviks, and one of the fundamental points of our revolutionary strategy, is our ability to understand, at any given moment, who is the principal enemy and to know how to concentrate all our strength against that enemy. It must be added that this is not a question of an isolated declaration, however extraordinarily effective it may be. It should be kept in mind that at the time when Togliatti announced the Salerno turn, Pietro Badoglio was still the leader of the government in Italy, Badoglio who, not by chance, carried the title of Duke of Addis Ababa. Among others, he had participated in the frenzy of imperialist crimes by fascism. And yet, that infamous chapter of history was secondary with respect to the urgency of the national liberation struggle against the occupation regime imposed on Italy by the Third Reich with Mussolini's complicity. For Togliatti, Stalin, and the Cold War. We are now able to understand the attitude taken by Togliatti after the outbreak of the Cold War. Possibly the most uncomfortable year for him was 1952. It was the year in which two statements by Stalin were emitted that were difficult to reconcile with one another. Briefly speaking, at the 19th Congress of the CPSU, and denouncing the subaltern status of Washington's European and Western allies and vassals, the Soviet leader called on the Communist parties to take up the banner of national independence and democratic freedom thrown out to sea by their country's bourgeoisie. Still during the year before his death, Stalin expressed himself in substantially different terms in writing Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, rather than resign themselves to the undisputed hegemony exercised by the United States, the other capitalist powers would have to challenge it. More acute than the very contradiction between capitalism and socialism, the inter-imperialist contradiction would sooner or later provoke a new world war, as had happened in 1914 and 1939, and all This confirms the inevitability of war within capitalism. As is well known, things have gone in the completely opposite direction with respect to the prediction made in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. It hasn't been the imperialist camp that has unraveled, but rather the socialist one. The more acute threats of a world war occurred not as a result of the competition for hegemony between the great capitalist powers, but as a result of the intention by the United States to contain socialism and the anti-colonial revolution and to reverse it. The control exercised by Washington over its allies and vassals has not disappeared, instead it has since been consolidated, as has been demonstrated by the inglorious end to the Anglo-French adventure of 1956 in Suez and the decline of the Gaullist challenge in France. The logical mistake contained in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR is evident. The premise of the inevitability of war in capitalism doesn't in any way lead to the conclusion that the conflict between imperialist powers is always the order of the day, almost as if that conflict never contained, or contained only for a brief time, distinctions between winners and losers. For example, after the defeat of what Lenin defines as Napoleonic imperialism, for almost a century British imperialism had practically no rivals. And this is all the more true for the United States, which hasn't had any serious rivals in the imperialist camp after the end of World War II, that had witnessed the defeat of Germany, Japan, and Italy, but also the wounding and serious decline of Great Britain and France. The fact remains that Stalin in 1952 outlined two contradictory scenarios. The first, looking to Europe at the time, he denounced the bourgeoisie for their capitulation toward the policies of war and oppression carried out by Washington. Looking particularly toward the future, the second scenario denounced the intrinsically warmongering nature of the various bourgeois ruling classes, all put on the same level. In his report to the Central Committee of the PCI on November 10, 1952, Togliatti warned against taking the wrong conclusions from the thesis of the inevitability of war and against losing sight of the concrete and immediate task of the struggle to keep the peace, at that time threatened by the aggressive policies put into action by the United States against the socialist camp and the anti-colonial revolution. It's for this reason that the Italian communist leader primarily and almost exclusively referenced the other speech by Stalin, the one that invited communists to defend their national independence and political democracy itself, put at risk by the McCarthyite wave that threatened to cross the Atlantic and establish itself in Italy and Western Europe as well. In truth, Togliatti had started elaborating this line before Stalin's speech to the 19th Congress of the CPSU. In his report to the 7th Congress of the PCI, held between April 3 and April 8 in 1951, he denounced United States imperialism, determined to disturb every effort toward the development and transformation of Italian democracy, and he demanded a program of Italian independence, the independence of our country from anyone who seeks to subject our economic and political life to their interests or those of foreign imperialism. There's a lot that suggests it had been Togliatti influencing Stalin, who had from the platform of the 19th Congress invited Western communists to take up the banner of democracy and national independence abandoned by the bourgeoisie. Certainly, in his subsequent report to the Central Committee of the PCI on November 10, 1952, Togliatti was much more forceful, pointing the finger at the reactionaries in our region, against the Italian and European reactionaries. Comrade Stalin has ripped off their masks. He has revealed how they had thrown out to sea all that which in the past had constituted the political action by democratic and liberal bourgeois groups. They had thrown out to sea the banner of freedom and independence for the people. Therefore it's left to us to pick up that banner and carry it forward, to become the patriots of our country and thereby become the nation's leadership force. In light of the considerations already made, one could say that, in citing Stalin, Togliatti was primarily citing himself. The line that emerged was clear, yet nothing new. It was necessary to first fight against those that sought to strangle freedom and sell the country's independence, who were prepared to accept the transformation of Italy into a colony subservient to foreign imperialism. It was necessary to strike at and neutralize the leadership of countries dominated by the United States of America. The objective pursued by the latter was defined as follows: to achieve dominion over the whole world, the economic, political, and military subjugation of a whole series of countries that until yesterday were independent countries, and even developed capitalist countries like France and Italy, the preparations for an attack on the Soviet Union, China, and the popular democracies. To be specific, in the preparation of the forces necessary for this attack and to complete its objectives, American imperialism has organized military bases all over the world. It sends its own troops and stations them in countries that until yesterday were independent, and who would have never tolerated their occupation by foreign troops. It would be a serious mistake to read this passage as a banal, propagandistic tirade. Instead, before us is a theoretical and political reflection. What defines imperialism is not just its hostility toward the socialist bloc and the anti-colonial revolution, especially because what also characterizes it is the struggle for hegemony. Imperialism can include the subjugation, whether colonial or semi-colonial, of independent countries, and even those with developed capitalism like France and Italy, and therefore of a country like France that in 1952 had a large colonial empire in its possession. The contradiction between developed capitalist countries is not necessarily and exclusively an inter-imperialist contradiction. It can even be the contradiction between a particularly strong and aggressive imperialist power and a potential colony or semi-colony. It would give it too much credit to think that imperialism would refrain from transforming a developed capitalist country into a colony or semi-colony. Togliatti was very familiar with Lenin's dispute with Koski. What defines imperialism is not just its drive to conquer agrarian lands, but to get its hands on heavily industrialized countries as well, especially because that can weaken its adversaries. On the basis of a precise historical and theoretical reading, with the aim of avoiding the danger of Italy being dragged by United States imperialism into a war against the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, Togliatti made a call for the broadest mobilization possible. The movement that Italy needs must be a movement of the great popular masses, from any party, from whatever social group they belong to, for the salvation of peace. Even the citizens who are furthest from us today can and should be drawn into this cause's work. And therefore it's up to us, the party of the working class, at this time, like during the gravest moments of the past, to recognize and defend the interests of the entire nation. Was that the abandonment of the class struggle? The response to this possible objection was already prepared. No, there's no contradiction between a national program and a class program by the Communist Party. Togliatti knew what is to be done too well to flatten the class struggle with a trade unionist reading. Especially because in the Soviet Union he had been able to directly follow the epic resistance by Moscow, Leningrad, and Stalingrad against the attempt by the Third Reich to revive and radicalize the colonial tradition in Eastern Europe, reducing the entire Soviet people to a state of slavery, in service to the so-called master race. Togliatti had understood very well that the Great Patriotic War was one of the greatest class struggles, not only in the 20th century, but in world history. It's worthwhile to note that in November of 1938, at a time when Japanese imperialism sought to impose a barbaric form of colonial rule and slavery on the Chinese people as a whole, Mao Zedong had theorized, in those circumstances, the connection between the national struggle and the class struggle. Like the Great Patriotic War, the war of resistance against Japanese imperialism should also be counted among the great class struggles, not only in the 20th century, but in world history. It's almost certain that Togliatti was unaware of the text from the Chinese communist leader that was just cited. All the more significant is the fact that he reaches the very same conclusions by working from the concrete analysis of the concrete situation. 5. U.S. imperialism and the growing threat of war. Let it be clear, it's not a question of giving into a game of analogies. To really understand the political scenario of our time, we have to proceed to the concrete analysis of the concrete situation. It's a task that remains incomplete, largely. Nevertheless, we can define some essential points. It goes without saying that we must be relentless in denouncing the infamous role by countries like Germany and Italy in the dismemberment of and the war against Yugoslavia, or the infamous role by Italy in the war against Libya, and the role by Germany in the coup d'état in Ukraine, not to mention the infamous role by France, first with Sarkozy and later by Hollande, in the wars against Libya and Syria. But all these neocolonial infamies, and still others, were made possible due to the US's overwhelming military power and its hegemonic role, that has often been promoted in a more or less direct way. And yet, in looking toward the large-scale war that's emerging on the horizon, we must take into consideration the profound changes that have occurred in relation to the past. On the eve of the First and Second World War, there were two opposing military coalitions. In our time, in practice there's one single gigantic military coalition that increasingly expands and that continues to be under firm American control. On the eve of the First and Second World War, the major capitalist powers accused each other of unleashing an arms race. In our time, however, the United States criticizes its allies for not dedicating more resources to their military budgets, for not sufficiently accelerating their rearmament program. Obviously, the war that Washington has in mind is not against Germany, France, or Italy, but one against China and/or Russia. And in this large-scale war, which could even cross the nuclear threshold, the United States plans to carry it out with the subaltern participation side by side with US and under its command of Germany, France, Italy, and the other NATO member states. It is therefore against the threat of a war unleashed by the superpower that, alone in the world, continues to hold itself up as the nation chosen by God, by a superpower that for a long time has sought to guarantee for itself the ability to deliver a first strike with impunity, by a superpower that has installed in our country military bases and nuclear arms directly, or indirectly, controlled by Washington. We are called upon to struggle against this concrete threat of war. And we can much more effectively confront this growing threat by taking into consideration Palmiro Togliatti's great lesson, and adequately adapting it to the current situation.